lots to do. I'm gonna be doing a little painting and some prop molding. Well, all that taping I did on the leading edge at the shop in my front room, gotta come off. No good.
I think you need to take that thing, move it out of the way, put that thing down in the center and walk all the way around that thing.
Why? This is right. What?
It's off to the side. Looks like
It's not. Yeah, it is. Well, what the hell am I gonna do now?
I know you can't see in your abode. But when you get on it like this, then you see it. You don't have any room over there to be able to get back any distance from it to look at it, and it's I think we can get by. Did you bring another mask for this? You got the pencils on there, though, don't you?
No.
Didn't
Well,
you?
maybe.
I think you drew a pencil.
Yeah,
on
but
there.
if it's penciled on wrong, it's wrong.
It just looks like this front just scooched over. Like if you just did these stripes here and don't mess with none of that, just get this off the front here and then skew this over, but it might mess up that one.
Well, how about if I just start back there, run a line outside that, add an 1/8 of an inch on that side.
That might. If it doesn't skew this up, the height here and here, you're gonna make that one smaller. That's the problem with one thing leads into the freaking other.
If I could put it back in the car.
I mean, these things right here are one thing that's easy to. Let's see what we got. What's the radius of that arc? Do you know? Is that like a 3-inch or 2-inch or?
From side to side, it's 3.5.
It's 3.5 from side to side. Let me see what kind of circle templates I got.
Well, you can't use them because it goes around like that. How are we gonna use them?
Well, then you can circle.
Oh, you ain't got one that
I'm
big,
gonna
do
cut a mask with the circle template if I know what size to cut.
you? Okay.
Use some of that optic, stuff and cut a radius with the circle template.
Morning, Chris. Seems that because I can't stand back in my apartment, I got this mask off, so it's all gonna come back off.
And it appears to me, even though it only goes to here. So, still it.
It's never gonna be exactly perfect.
Well, yeah.
But see, we got a 3.5 inch circle and we'll try. Damn. One of them deals. Okay, we're gonna have to get electricity going here. The Ely electricity. Remember, if it ain't right, it ain't right, so. Damn.
You have to take it all off.
Just the nose. Maybe sides, I don't know. It looks right to right here, so maybe just to here. I'm bumming. You got a 3.5? See, I'm thinking just to right here. Because if you look at it, these are symmetrical. Just this got off in the nose because I split that thing.
Well, we can try it.
Yeah.
And go for the least first, and then if we gotta take it off further, then we'll deal with that at that point in time. Three and a half, three and a
Oh,
quarter,
no, the
3
tape.
inches.
Pulled up a spot.
What's that damn blue shit?
Now what am I gonna do?
I wouldn't do anything with it. You're gonna put green over it, aren't you?
That would be in the gray.
That would be in the gray.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to move that line back to make it in the yellow.
This gets checkerboard here, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be in the checkerboard, maybe.
I'll just move it back.
Let me cut a piece of this out, this in paper.
Vinyl.
Okay, no paper, and then we can get sort of a left and right on it. I'll get a piece of that white paper that I got downstairs and
Okay, we got that. One of them deals. The magic of DC 540. Yep, we're gonna lay up a prop today. As soon as Danny gets here. Well, that got fixed. I probably could do this too, but it don't matter. Sand it off. Well, it's chilly in here. We're going to be running the heater today. Yeah, that's right. It's not that big a deal because it's in the white. Unless I get a problem out here. Gonna have to heat it up and pull it off. This blue tape is tenacious. It really, really sticks. Well, thanks to the tree huggers, we don't have DC 540 anymore, but that's repaired. I mean, that's how fast that stuff works. Save the fleet, save those bees, save the trees, save the whales, save those snails. The planet is just fine. Okay. I know what happened. I split that stencil and I put one off to the left and one off to the right. And because I'm in that little apartment, I couldn't stand back to make sure it was centered right straight up on the center line of the fuselage. So it got off to that side. That's off to this side now, right there.
You need a center line here.
This will end up be by eye, I know. Well, why didn't this is 3.5, but maybe it's 3 3/4. Yeah, I'll get it with this. I'm just gonna do it by eye. See if this is centered.
It's amazing, 1/16 of an inch. That's as big of a circle template as I have
Yeah.
outside of the compass and making that looks pretty good right there. You won't know until you tape it. As long as this don't move.
Where'd that razor blade go? I thought that was a pretty good deal. 10 rolls, $35.
Yeah, as long as it don't stick like striping tape. You know what I mean? Thin striping tape. Stuff keeps sticking down harder and harder.
Well, I know I can't leave it on long.
No, I've always had problems with that blue tape. More so than the green, but it goes around corners so much better. We can't get the green stuff anymore.
Okay, come and roll this down so I can see what hold it.
This stuff right here,
Yeah.
it doesn't stick as strong, but
Don't look right.
that's just the light. You can't hardly see it. You might want to do this in the basement.
There we go. I didn't bring any blue. I don't have any blue left. You know what? This stuff goes around corners better than the blue. It doesn't do that weird stuff.
You feel more stretchy.
Nope. Yeah. Look at it. $13 and $8. Morning, guys. Morning. That looks pretty good. Except for this. Never gonna be perfect, but I like this better. As long as it leaves a nice line when taping. See this line dropped down a little bit because we roll it over this way about 1/16 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed on that line right there. I forgot. I got sodas in the car. I think I got a couple sodas in the icebox, don't I?
I don't know. I put them on there and that'll sort of stick that in place without the tape being in your way. It's got some little squares out in
Yeah.
there.
Put it on there. Give it your eagle eye and see what it looks like. See, what I did was I couldn't get that ore cover to lay down, so I split it down the center. I put one half on one side and one half on the other. And that's how I got it off.
That's not on these things, the tape. What did you do? Did you hold that one side down 1/8 inch off the template?
Yep. Because it had to roll this way. 1/16 of an inch. Set on the ground and look at it.
What I'll have to do is do down there and make one that's a right size.
Need a dressmaker's tape to measure across to get it exact. You gotta, or
Yeah, I got one downstairs.
do we wanna go downstairs where it's warm?
Probably be better. Got better light.
Okay, let's do that. I brought a roll of paper.
It's right here.
Roll of tape. Okay, you take the camera. You done smoking?
Yeah.
It's unplugged. Denny said it could be 10 o'clock when he gets here.
Okay.
mean, this is like a 2-minute paint job. What we got here? What is that? The cow?
Might be part of the cow.
I might just probably wait.
It's a little bit heavy, but it's not too bad.
Portly. Okay, let's see, we got soda here. That's all I need for now, one. I guess if soda's in the car, won't get warm.
Doubt that. Yeah, it's 3 3/4. That's back here at this.
Yep.
It's 3 in hand. So
I'll retape it then. I was showing them, look at that. See that spot that peeled up? DC 540 tape.
yeah,
But you're right, it is in the white. But I can't have that. I mean, I think a heat gun.
well, you got white and black, right?
Yeah,
So you don't know if it's actually in the white or in the
it
black,
doesn't.
right?
It doesn't matter. I mean, that doesn't matter. But I can't have that peeling up back here. So we're gonna heat gun it before we pull it up. So John's gonna make me a template. And that does look straighter. See, in my little apartment, as far back as I can stand is this right here. And you really can't get a grip on how straight things are until you at least stand back 3 foot.
Yeah, good luck doing that. Perfect.
Yeah, I got 6 inches. I guess we'll get these untaped. These, good thing I didn't go too hog wild and tape it. We'll get her on there today. I'm going to sign up for an Amazon affiliate link or influencers link, and all the products that I use in these videos will be in the description box,
Yeah.
so that you'll know what I'm using without asking, and I'll get a little bit of kickback from Amazon. Like the acrylic green and the yellow 3M tape here, because I get asked all the time, what kind of tape? Well, yellow.
Yeah. Yellow painter's tape.
Look what just happened here. See what that's from.
Mm-hmm.
That green smoothie didn't stay down. So we have to try to repair that. And I thought I was gonna get by with no pull-ups.
Never count the chickens before they hatch.
Well, you know what? That's no problem. You know what goes there? The machine gun bay. The silver square.
Okay.
It's lucked out there. Lucked out there. $17 and $10. All right, guys. Like, subscribe, and share. Super chat if you're so inclined, if these videos help you. And I'm sure that prop molding will help. I bought some clamps too. I stopped at Harbor Freight on the way here. We're going to mold up this 4-blade prop today. You want to take this off? Oh, this comes up better. Feel that coming off there. What do you think?
Well, so far so good.
I mean,
Feels all right.
It feels better than 3M. That's China.
Pretty stretchy.
I'd like to know how they did this. I guess they put a piece of,
Put a layer of cloth in it.
yeah, then toe behind it, huh? We might do this.
Makes them look better.
Yep. course, the one Danny molded up last night looks pretty good. We'll see how it looks when it gets here. The 2-blade. He said it's got too much carbon and it's pretty heavy.
Did he use that thick stuff on it first and then?
I don't know. Kind of hard to tell.
Probably should have put a center line down that.
At least they got the bolts on there more or less square. You only see one side at a time, so it don't much matter.
Yeah, it's all just the nature of the beast. How many times do you normally take one of them things off? 3 or 4 times?
What, my nose piece?
Around circling the nose like that?
It could be a dozen times, whatever it takes.
I've done them however many you took.
Yeah.
Now let's see how far back. Let's go up to about there. It's off center.
Well, we're gonna cheat it. We're just gonna fix the
You see it
round.
doesn't line up. You know, if you get an even gap here, then this line is off.
We're just gonna fix the front.
Stick your finger right there.
Cause this gets wider back here.
I just want to get it sort of, you know, taper it from whatever here back up to here, and then we'll get on the right track. Okay.
We gotta stand back because you're doing the same thing I was doing.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. I'm trying to find something to.
See, it looks like it's over this way.
It might be. It might be.
Here, let's so you can get back farther. Let's turn it this way so you can look at it from that side of the table. You moved it over.
Yeah, I moved it over about 1/16 of an inch. Now, see right there, you're pretty good
Yeah.
off of these. Just
Yeah.
touching the fuselage side.
See, I only need to do this part here, and I'll just make it match on them.
Right. But I wanted to see, like from this point to here, where you are, and this point to here, and see if you're not too far out.
It's a 16th or so, it'd be close enough.
So you're right at about 3/4 on that side. 5/8 there.
Close enough.
I'd tape it off and then look at it. Now, if you want me to cut this out of that altar cover, I'll cut a piece of this out of that altar cover. You stick it down on there if you want to do it.
No, you can't, it won't stick down on there because the compound curve. That's why I had to split it.
Yeah.
So hold this paper down as I go around it. In order for that to stay straight, it's got to go up under the.
We'll start back there wherever you got to and come out to here.
That's straight right there. See where the template is? Pulling it over to the left, right, whatever. Swap side. It's like flaming. Okay. Take the template off, take a look at it. What do we need to do? Set it on the ground? That's pretty good. There, you look at it.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than what it did.
What are you talking about?
This side looks like it cuts up.
What do you think? I need to pull it all off and start all over?
just to make sure that we're getting the same arc.
I tell you what I can do. Peel the tape off all the way back to here. And then whatever this is what it is.
Yeah, that would be the best point.
This one might be a little thicker than that one.
Might be a bit. I think that that's the only way that you're gonna do it without this coming up here and jogging or something. Because it's gonna jog right here. You know what I mean? And they got to either gonna go up or it's gonna go down. Go up on one side, down on the other. See, I'm looking at these lines right here, right now. This is pretty sort of centered where these are at. Right now, even though this is a little bit off here. It's an eighth of an inch.
So if I bring this line up, how much bigger is this line going to be on?
An eighth inch bigger. Fix that though.
Drop the
top.
top.
Do is raise this one side and make it an inch.
Yeah.
And blend it in right here. One width of that tape, and you back up here to half inch and half inch.
Okay,
And then
take it off.
5/8 and a half inch.
Pick it up.
Let me do something. Got this one sort of look right. This edge is the center of the mark. Same gonna be back here. This little point be the center line mark. That line there. And that edge. The left side of that.
Okay.
That's the hardest thing to do right there. You look at every one of my airplanes that I got out there that's got a radius on the front of them, and I'll show you a little bit. Every freaking one of them.
Got a nice one here.
Retaped them, God never knows how many times. What do you want?
Nice. I know. I know it's hard. I've done it a few times.
Tape them about 20 times and you're still off a little bit. I'm sure there's some scale guy out there who knows how to do that exactly right. Like me.
It might help.
Got plugging up here.
I got it. See, I started here and then went around. I should how would I don't know. We'll see what happens. I know, measure from here to here and here to here and see which one's off. Well, you can't tell by that either, because the cowl line may not be on there.
Yeah, I know, but you're at about 3 5/16. You're 3. Three and a quarter.
16th off. We can live with that. We can live with that. Okay. All right, where's the pattern?
Right there on the table.
Good thing, eh?
Oh, here it is. Sorry.
Okay, stand back, look at it, make sure it's on there square, because I don't want to do this a bunch of times. See, here's the problem. Because the fuselage gets bigger back here, you have to go from that line to that line. You can't follow this pattern up because it's going like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's close. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tack it here. Matter of fact, I'm even going to move it up a little bit. I'm going to tack it here and pull it over there and go around the corner and then pull it back.
And then pull it back that way
Right.
from here.
Right.
See, I think that looks. Hold your fingers on the center lines. I think that looks better. Still, I get this stupid ass eye. I don't know. It could be your eyes are looking cross-eyed because of the radiuses and stuff. And this looks like one curve, and this looks like a different curve, but yet those are symmetrical. By folding that in half, you know that they're both equal on both sides, you know,
But see what's happening with this fuselage. It's bending this way,
Right.
and this way.
Well, when we do this radius, leave your tape out here and stick it up here or something and do this around here. And then we can sort of take this, hold this here and do this half and get it going to here and then sort of leave it. And then come here and run this around smooth like this on this half and we'll end up at here. And then we can just hold it there and
You think?
maybe.
No, that's not how it works, but
I know it's not how it works, but
see now, what happens with this is I tape to the other side of the line, so we need to pencil that in, and so I can tape to that side. It needs to be taped to the other side of the line.
to the inside of the line.
Right. So let's pencil it on there.
Now here's your magic marker right here.
Oh boy.
Oh God. I don't know what kind of.
Just a regular pencil. 6B would be good, but you probably only got a 2.
That's a A6.
Okay.
It's a hard lead, but
No, it ain't hard. It's soft. Soft. 6B is the best. So let's just
do half of it at a time.
this all sounds good. There we go. That's the gun bay. Planned it that way. There we go.
Well, at least you got a fiberglass running in. You don't have to worry about putting a pencil gun in it.
It will pencil that.
It will, oh yeah.
Okay.
Now you should be able to do the whole thing.
What's that?
Should be able to do the whole thing.
Yeah, this all sounds good. To do that right there in a nice even arc is a trick.
Oh yeah. You always get a flat spot on it.
Not if you don't stop moving. Now there'll be a flat spot right here, maybe. Yeah, I got it. Can't grab that tape. Stick it down. $30 off. Close enough.
I want to look to see if it's symmetrical here. And I was picking that up from this right here, and that looks a lot, 100% better right now. And I wonder what this is and this is.
Let's see what the boys say. Hey, we got a 30 couple super chats. Oh, Christopher Everson, thank you so much. Work on the slope soil scale Martin Baker 57 Canberra, but not control line, but sanding. Okay, lots of sanding. That's good. Thank you so much. Hello, good morning, Gary, Kevin, Rico, Christopher. We thank you for the super chat, Chris. It really helps the channel.
1/8 of an inch.
This is 1/8 of an inch bigger.
Bigger. So you want to measure back here, and if you're the same back here on both sides, then you need to go from 0, you know what I mean, to 1/8 inch.
Now look at it. I'm measuring.
Your 1/8 inch line too.
About that. 16. Yeah.
Unless I measure it, I can't see it. Are you cutting that, or are you just pushing it?
Are you cutting it? Huh?
Okay, put another piece on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking. Cause it won't stay down in there, I guarantee.
I like this tape.
Everything working okay.
Take these off. It's centered this way.
Take them off.
Only got one real loyal supporter, and that's Chris Everson.
Yeah, Chris is a pretty good guy. He's in there. He wants to see what's going on, which is good. Yeah, Chris Beeswick, he's pretty.
Craig Beeswick, yeah, oh, yeah, Craig's great. Okay, so this changed a little bit here. You say this is thinner over on this side?
A little bit, I think. You're gonna have to measure because it's so close. It's like a pencil line off.
Let me pick this up. Ah, damn, I got another one of them stupid things. Peeled up.
It's like a 1/4 inch on that side.
Measure right there.
More. Well, okay. Okay, good. It's good. Pretty close.
I got a feeling this is gonna be a fixer airplane.
It's cool.
Close?
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be typical of any airplane. Get her all painted up and spend a month fixing all the little spots.
Cause I just had another pull up. We're gonna have to eat this. Pick it up. Of course, I guess I could just paint down to this line.
What do you mean?
Hmm?
What do you paint down to that?
Greens down to this line. That'd be all right. Not leave gray space.
It's pretty hard to get when you retape to get them right on. You know, you gotta overlap it a little bit.
Okay.
It looks better with the line between it. Say if you have them put on an ink line or something for the separation line. Here now, Danny's in the driveway.
Danny is in the driveway. Did he say open sesame?
No, I just said here now.
Open the sesame. All right, we'll be molding props here in a minute. With the skill of a surgeon, I cut through that. Come on, get off there. Blade must be dull, dull, dull. Can't cut through tape. Damn it. Well, I know I've said that shouldn't tape like I'm gonna tape, but I'm just gonna go ahead and tape it that way. Because I can't get this stupid thing to cut because this blade is so damn dull. So we'll do it the incorrect way. Can't play around. I hate razor blade. There we go. Yeah, good enough. See, this razor blade should be sharp enough to cut. When I was a kid, this tape was paper. And I'm not sure what this tape is made out of now. I think it's some kind of plasticky stuff. But it worked good. How many of you guys remember taking a matchbook and a double-edged razor blade and shoving it down into the matchbook and making it like that? Those were sharp. I think they're about half the thickness of that. They were sharp. Here the boys come. Loading the truck.
Good grief.
Yeah.
I'll set this right here where I normally do.
That's right.
Danny got the stuff.
I got some of it. You can do a little retape here.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost there.
See, we made a new template with a center line on it and everything, and then we could take this down there, cause, you know, and then move it around
Yeah.
and look down on, stand back 10 feet from it, you know, cause you don't see it if you're right on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, yeah, if your nose is too close to it, it doesn't show up. Yeah.
And so I folded that in half just to double check and make sure I cut it symmetrical and
Yeah.
everything, you know, and it's symmetrical.
Yeah. Yeah. So how you been, Spark?
Good.
You been all right?
Yeah. What do you think?
It's looking better every time I see it. It's coming along.
About 6 months out.
Yeah, once you get that urethane on it, sucker, really. Once you get that on there.
Yeah, sure.
You get that urethane on there, it'd be shining like John's tank mold.
Oh, heck yeah.
Uh,
I haven't done anything else with that since then. I've been working on the fuselage and stuff,
yeah.
molding top and bottom stuff. It's back there behind you.
Oh, that's coming along too, isn't it?
Well, I molded these extra long and stuff. These were, you know, pretty long.
Yeah.
Until I made this bigger. And then I created a couple of pieces on it. And I thought about bringing it on forward here.
Yeah.
And throwing in a solid block up here in the front.
Right.
And seeing them all around the engine and stuff. And it's like it's fiberglass anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a good compromise. You go half and half block and half,
Mold,
Yeah.
shell, you bet.
yeah.
Well, let's see that propeller. But
Oh, my wife, she's sending me messages.
I
Okay, let me see. We're,
also got us some of these.
oh, I brought some too,
Little tumblers.
Yeah.
Some mixing stuff in.
Oh, dang, I forgot it.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh, you just hate it when that happens?
Let's see. Take it in there and wash it up.
it did kind of impregnate that Zor thing.
Oh, yeah, I knew it would. Yeah.
It'll pick up every little
Everything.
detail, pick up
Yeah.
a fingerprint.
Yeah. I think it's too thick, you know, you gotta adjust the,
Amount of carbon.
yeah, we'll play with it. Yeah,
That'll work on a 75 though.
yeah. Well, like I said, you know, you put that on there, balance it, thin it out, put some under camera, fiddle with it. Here's what I was
I'm
talking
curious
about.
what
This is where,
Yeah, I didn't know big deal.
opposed to that other club that he was using.
yeah,
What, 15.45? That's big. This turned out nice.
it's all right. You know, I think it's good. I cooked this thing at about 150. So,
I thought you said 250.
well, that was the mold. I put the mold back in there, got it up to 250.
Did you put it in and go to sleep?
No.
Is that all that,
You go eat pizza?
Yeah. What's that smell? No, I got it up at 250 and then I'm good. And then what I did is turn the oven off and it'll stay at 250 for about 15-20 minutes and gradually drop. So there's, you know, I peeled the PVA away.
Oh, that looks good. That ain't
So-
no McDonald's problem.
Old McDonald had a farm. I put a lot of PVA on this thing, you know. And I think eventually what you could do is maybe get the mold good and hot, 300, 350 full cure, and then what I do is don't worry about the PVA anymore. Go with free coat, polish the inside of the mold. Where's that little music wire?
I don't have no free coat.
Yeah, you got some. You can get some though.
they sell it at the store.
Yeah. I got some.
Oh, yeah.
What happened is it hit the floor and broke the nozzle on the thing. So I got a can, but it doesn't spray anymore. I got to get some more. You know, you could probably wet sand it, but
You know, Danny, that looks just like a master air screw prod, one of them plastic nylon.
yeah.
Sure you didn't stick one down in there? Say, here, I
Yeah.
spray PVA all
Yeah.
over the sucker.
Yeah, take a master air screw and PVA it. So this is it.
It does, it gives you that sort of that impression of it. I probably got one.
This top here, I relieve that. That's not concentric, okay? I just hogged it out. See how loose that is? All I did is left probably the last 1/4 inch down here tight. See that? So
Just enough to.
that way when it comes time to actually close the mold, you know you're not trying to close it over the whole thing there.
And this is what I was worried about here.
Yeah, if you look at it, see this little line I scribed right there?
Yeah,
That's where it should be, right there.
and so how do you get it there?
Well, what you do is you grind this out, okay?
Uh-huh.
Grind it out. Well, first thing you PVA this whole thing and wax it. Then you grind it out like a cavity. And then you put PVA on your original, okay? And you put it back in there and you PVA this and you clamp the original back in there. So it'll flatten out, it'll conform to the prop, it'll ooze out a little bit and it'll conform to this a little bit. And then you release everything and then you go back and just sand it in. There's another spot here.
I'll let you deal with it.
It's a die maker thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you deal with it.
And there's a spot right here, you probably feel it's like a bubble in there, just a small one. You grind that out and do the same thing. So I think one of the things, the problem was, are we online?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell them this. Well, the problem was the resin got a little warm when we cast it. We had an air bubble when this was clayed up because of the heat. So this is laying on the plate. This is the master prop. We clayed this up and then we poured the casting over the top of it. Well, there's an air pocket underneath here. Okay, that air pocket was entrapped in clay all the way around the blade. Once this warmed up, that air expanded and the air tried to get out. And it wasn't just one air bubble, it expanded enough where a lot of air wanted to come out. So it pushed the casting resin up. And I've always used an aluminum plate for a parting board. Well, we've got plastic this time, which works fine, but plastic is an insulator where aluminum is more like a heat sink. That combined with the warm resin. So the workaround, when you clay this up, when this goes on the parting board, which is plastic, which would be fine, you drill 2 16-inch holes all the way through the plastic, and then you clay it up. So any air that expands underneath this prop will expand out of the bottom of the parting board. So it's just like most things, if you change one thing and then you gotta change another, it's sort of like a snowball effect. So we had warmer resin and we went with a plastic plate instead of the normal aluminum. So, but you know, it's still a good mold. It makes a good prop. The only thing is when you clean the flashing now, you're just gonna have to take some sandpaper and that little 16th-inch sliver and clean that off.
Hey, no big deal.
Not really. The main thing, we got a good carbon prop to work with and modify. And like I told Sparky and John, it'll be a bucket of chicken all day long. The flying field, there's about a dozen props and Dremel tool. And you'll be flying, we'll be carving, you fly, we'll be carving. You know, I know that's what Billy did.
Oh, you got to do that. You got to have a base. You got to have one that you just use as a base.
Yeah.
And 4 or 5 others that are different.
Yeah.
I mean, Wendy did the same stuff too.
Yeah.
He'd go out there with 15 different props in the scene.
Yeah. And the thing is, you fly this thing on a day that's 5-mile-an-hour winds, it's one prop, and if it's 30-mile-an-hour winds, you might be flying, well, 30 won't be flying, but you know what I mean.
I think he did sometimes by himself, so he didn't have any interference from anybody else.
Yeah.
The least amount of interference, in other words,
Yeah.
6 or 8 or 10 guys out there. It's
Yeah,
breaking your concentration.
so, yeah. It's pretty stiff.
That's not even full cure yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Is that full cure?
I could go another 50, I could go to 300 or 350.
It's really stiff.
That's the same resin you have right here. So,
That'll cut your finger off.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Got a little bit of work to clean
Hey, what are we having for lunch?
that up. Bucket of chicken, man, a bucket of chicken.
No, I stopped at White Castle and got 5 sausage, egg, and cheese sliders. Yeah. So,
Means you'll have 5 trips to Little Boys.
yeah, maybe 10. No, I'll be all right.
We used to go to Waffle House all the time. We nicknamed it Awful Waffle.
Oh yeah.
But that was always at 2 o'clock after the bars closed.
Yeah.
You know, you need something to eat, you go and slop down a bunch of greasy.
Yeah, I know. So I was looking at that fiberglass site, and they got wax. Okay, they got high temp wax. So I wonder if that might be a viable option too.
You know, that's what I was reading up on, that mold right there for posture and stuff. We shouldn't be using that high temp wax.
Yeah.
Just that regular.
Yeah. So that prop, I started laying it up when the mold was about 100 degrees. And that was the wet out. So to get that prop, you really don't even need an oven. You can just set it on top of your heater and you get that effect. So I tried to duplicate everything, what you could do here.
So do we need to take that and set it on the heater?
Yeah, if you make a prop out of this.
That's what we're gonna do today.
Yeah. This hadn't been post cured though. I mean, this is just pretty much green. It's curing probably a lot just by sitting here. But yeah, the heater on low, set that mold on there.
So it'll boil, it'll boil the,
It's pretty warm.
So it's the HTR 250 when you start laying up the part. It's nice to have the mold about 100 to 150 degrees. It allows the resin to flow. See, there's not a lot of porosity there.
Mhm.
Is this thing plugged in or is it?
Oh yeah, it's plugged in. It'll burn you.
Okay, is it up all the way?
No,
it
it's
had to be all the
down
way.
quite a bit.
So Sparky, you gonna actually
I'll go get
spray your
a
plane?
I'll go get a thermometer and I got an oven thermometer upstairs that I can put on that and we can tell what the temperature is. I don't know how well we can regulate it, but
Turn it up till it melts, right, Chad?
we only had till you burn your place down.
Video is grainy. Well, there's nothing I can do. It looks pretty good on this end. See if the video is grainy.
Yeah, let me check here. Let me see on this Android phone how it looks.
Could this have just been caused by maybe a grainy spray of that?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now, if you would have had
Yeah, it looks good on this end.
if you would have had a free coat in there, you wouldn't have that texture.
Right. You maybe shot it on a little dry or something, or
Yeah.
it's hard to get down in there.
And I did use a small airbrush to get, when I started spraying it, to get down in the,
Yeah, a little nooks and
Yeah.
crannies.
Yeah, it's all right on the phone. I mean,
Yeah, it looks all right to me too. That's a nice drop.
These all ends up right there. Get this flash off of it.
you got all that overspray out off your camera lens.
Yeah.
There's probably a couple layers on there.
Maybe it's that.
Well, this looks 100% better than a lot of them that I've seen out there. This flipper did be, man, that's good morning after a good drunk.
Now what I do, if you don't have a table or whatever, I just take the vacuum cleaner. Put the vacuum cleaner hose right here and just take a Dremel cutoff wheel. Put your safety glasses on. Knock all that off and then take a Dremel drum sander. And then just go down there, you know. You get a little bit closer and then you take a fine file and just sort of, you know, work it a little bit. Yeah.
Think that'll cut your finger off?
Yeah, before you know it.
Won't break in the process.
Yeah. Let me show you this little thing here.
Then you want something to drink?
I'm good right now. I got a little show and tell here. Here's your original prop. I was at the boat place, West Marine, you know. Rod was getting epoxy, and they had this tape that said heat shrink. And it was white. I thought, what the heck does a boat have heat shrink tape for? It's sticky. So, well, they put these plastic tarps on the boat and they wrap it and then they heat it up and it wraps the boat tight. But this is the tape they tape the plastic with. So let me see a Monaco gun. So here's what it's right here. What am I thinking? You already got it out. So this tape is really sticky, right? I want to put that Monaco gun on here. I want to see how much this shrinks. Hit that. Just do this one little area.
Well, that's that shrink wrap for the whole boat.
Yeah, it'll melt. So maybe, I'm not sure if I don't think the tape really shrinks that much.
It might shrink different one direction than it does the other, and I think that regular wrap that you get for that tape wrap,
Yeah.
it shrinks like 10% one way and
Yeah. What I'm thinking is though, you could use some kind of tape like this if it does shrink. And you could almost take the mandrel and wrap
it
it.
might be pulling it that tight be enough to.
Yeah. So.
I mean, that's all I was gonna do with this, was just pull it tight. There's no sticky on that or anything, you know, it's just mylar basically.
But feel how tight you could get that if you could find something.
Yeah. That's a lot.
So I don't know. I picked up that, see if it worked. This thing here is a landing gear.
Yeah, that's like an FAI grass gear.
Let's see how thin it is. It's for a electric, like a little electric RC.
Yeah, I was comparing
20
yours
grams.
to these Mesliks.
Yeah.
And this is the Mesliks off my PA ship.
Mm-hmm.
And they're almost identical.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, size-wise and
Yeah.
everything. The only thing difference is it's got the square plate here,
Yeah.
and you've got this tapered plate, which I had 4 screws in mine holding it on.
Yeah.
These are right. The height is right.
Mm-hmm.
The same as that gear right there, which I use on the 65 powered
Yeah.
SV. Now, if you mount this up in your fuselage at any different
Mm-hmm.
dimension, then you might need longer
Mm-hmm.
gear legs or angled down a little bit more. But they're almost identical. These are a little bit thinner,
Yeah.
and I think they might be better.
Well, it just depends.
I think these are a little on the stiff side,
Yeah.
and if you're not real careful, you bounce.
Yeah. When I designed the gear, I see this thing here. This is for an RC airplane. So I took the original gear that was on the plane and I flexed it. It's like, this thing's only like 30 ounces. It's a light airplane. So I took the gear that was on it and it had a lot of give to it. So I pretty much wanted to duplicate that. So what I did, I took a C10 and I laid out on the glass tabletop the dimensions of the gear as far as the front view, as far as the height and the width. And I drew it out and I made C-temp. And I transferred the drawing from the glass to the C-temp. So this right here is the profile of the gear, right here. So then I thought, well, now I need a form. So I went over to this old wing skin here. I thought, well, this will work out perfect because it's wider here and narrow here, just like the gear is wider here and narrow there. So I grabbed some foam and I put a center line down it, and I traced half of it here on the line. I flipped it, and I traced the other half, and I cut out this right here. So once I got the foam, styrofoam shape, then I put little strips of wood around it, you know, to sort of dam it in. And then I took the carbon toe and I just laid it in there really thick. Didn't matter if it was, you know, just get a big chunk of carbon in there. So then it came time to demold it. So then you basically crack the foam out of it. It's, you know, it's gone, it's lost. So once you get rid of the styrofoam, then you sand off all the styrofoam on it. And this right here is an accurate profile. So what you do, this is what was accurate because this is what was laid up against. Then you take a rasp or a file or permagrit and you just keep working that chunk down, you know, till you get an airfoil shape. So it's a little thicker at the leading edge, and then it tapers back a little bit finer back here. And I could still probably work it a little bit here and there, but it's close enough.
Then you're going to use this to make up a real mold,
Right,
to mold a permanent mold,
correct,
to mold these from.
correct. So then once I clear coat this and buff it, then I'll make a form, and it'll be like this, but it'll match this gear. It'll be bent or whatever, and it'll be full length of the gear. Then I'll clamp plastic sides on it, and I'll make a casting. It'll be clayed up just like we did the prop. You clay it up at an angle, and then you cast it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take this off, you flip it over, and then you box it up this way, but you have to make another little piece coming out here because you want this exposed. Because when the mold comes down, it's going to come down to here. So you build a little shelf here, and then you build walls up here with more from, you know, whatever. So when you pour the second half of the mold, it's going to be shaped like this, you know. So then when you close the mold, there'll be the bottom mold and the top mold. This will be exposed, and you put two plates, one on each side, and then you clamp it. Now, if you guys are watching now and you haven't seen it, we were over here probably last winter, wasn't it? Last spring or something.
A while back.
So we actually made a gear right here on John's bench, and explain, you know, pretty much how it all went together. And we demolded a gear and made one. But another thing, Spark, on the,
What's nice about that mold, and let me add this to it, is the mold is the same type as this prop mold. You got a male and female that interlock with one another.
Yeah.
And you actually get compression of all your fibers and everything when you clamp
Yeah.
those two together, because one's fitting inside the
Yeah.
other. And when you push that in there, it
Right.
compresses all that stuff to its limit.
yeah,
I mean, it's got to stop, an automatic stop that goes down in there by these surface areas is your automatic stop. So you can overstep that,
yeah,
and it'll still push everything into the right position
right.
and clamp it down.
And I'm pretty sure that's how he did this too.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got the, the top and bottom.
I mean, I made a mold, but it's not right. This is not going to work the same as what
Yeah.
this kind of mold will work.
Yeah,
I'm going to redo that. I'm going to make another mold and make it like this prop mold. And I think that's the only way to really do that. I like these gear.
oh yeah, it's a beautiful gear.
I really
it's
like 'em.
fantastic.
And this is identical. This is pretty much identical. It's just a little bit smaller, not a
Yeah.
lot, but it's every bit as strong.
Yeah,
And I'm not so sure this isn't the right combination.
yeah. Well, the other beauty is when you make a gear blank like this, it's too stiff and it's too heavy. And you keep carving it and you keep sanding it until you get the properties you want.
Mhm.
If your gear is made out of the same material and ratio as your mock-up, well, you get the mock-up right with this resin and this carbon, so that means when you make the gear, it's gonna have the same properties, pretty much. So that's the beauty of actually carving the gear and keep working it until you get the properties you want. That way, you're not guessing,
Absolutely.
The other thing is a gear at a 45-ounce airplane doesn't need to be the same as a 75-ounce. I mean,
Definitely.
so Spark here, right here.
Zoltec.
Yeah. I think I paid $12 a pound.
For the carbon?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they in business still?
Yeah, Missouri, St. Louis.
We'll call them up.
Here's 32,000 K, 32,000 filaments in the toe.
$12 a pound,
That was 20 years ago. It's probably,
$25 a
who
pound.
knows? Who knows? But I'm just saying that's what I paid for it back then. I think what you said, if my memory serves me correct, 15 years ago. I think it's 9 or 10 pounds of carbon on a creel.
We'll say 10 pounds,
Yeah,
$120 a creel then.
Yeah, so that was then.
Well, what was that I was found online the other day? That was 22K.
Yeah.
Is that what that was? I think it was 22K, and it was not a bolt or creel.
Creel or whatever they call it.
Probably the size of the one you got down there was.
So here, thank you for your interest in Soltec low-cost Panix 33 carbon fiber. They are produced on a new continuous carbonization line with an annual capacity of approximately 1 million pounds. Looking forward to your $1 million order. No, please find enclosed some literature describing both the 48 and 320K strands, as well as the chopped Panix 33 fibers.
I got chopped.
Yeah. So yeah, that's I don't know if they still have the. But if you start doing this and you want to do it right, you're gonna have to forget about the hobby shop. You're gonna have to go out there to a big supplier. Another thing that's good, I'd get into these back then. I don't know so much. You can do it online. They had like trade publications, right? So you'd look through here and you'd see all the newest, latest, greatest stuff. Well,
Now, there's an autoclave.
Yeah, that'll do it. So it doesn't apply to us, I mean, but there's still a lot of things in these trade publications.
What is that for, a rocket?
Oh, yeah,
I
probably.
had a friend of mine, Rob, he builds autoclaves. That's what his
Yeah.
business is.
Yeah.
He doesn't, I don't think he makes them that big, but
Yeah,
not big enough you can drive a train in, but.
so yes, start digging around, you get out there. See, what is this? Super casting system. That's a urethane.
Ooh, that's
Ran
nice.
SIBA, yeah, the same stuff we're doing here with the props. Well, here's all the spec sheet. Somebody asked me once, why do you use resin services? I said, well, you don't have to. You can use anything as long as it fits your parameters. I mean, here's, the heat deflection temp. I mean, everything in here, you got to find a manufacturer that has the right spec sheet for what
The
you
thing,
want.
if you use the wrong stuff for like this landing gear or props and you set it out on the tarmac all day long at 110
Yeah.
degrees on the tarmac, you might come back in your airplane, be sitting on its belly, and the landing gear is all splayed out on its side, or
So like here, the autoclave maybe made the,
Yeah.
so
Wow.
all kinds of different,
Yeah,
all
looking
the
for your
different
$1 million
ways.
order.
all the different weaves and everything on that glass cloth do different things.
yeah.
And it's amazing, there's hundreds, probably thousands of different weaves and stuff that you can get that
Yeah, it's unlimited.
do different properties. One might only stiffen it up in one direction, the other might stiffen it up at 45 degrees, the other might stiffen, in both.
Yeah. Same thing with a prop. I've laid out props before. And when I laid up a prop, I'd take that carbon fiber and I'd start to angle it and weave it, even though it's tow.
Right.
Here, let's open this thing up. I'll put the top part back. The bottom is pretty warm.
Okay.
I think it's 150 degrees. I wouldn't be able to hold it if it was. The bottom.
Yeah, it'll warm up. Open that up.
You get a thermometer, stick on that thing.
Now this one doesn't have those Zor.
No, I sanded them off. You talk about the speed controls.
Yeah.
Let's just say you found the speed control design, you designed it. You go to this company and they'll put it together for you. You give them the specs.
Yeah, send me your $1 million.
Yeah, we need 100,000 pieces. There's places out there that will actually put them together for you.
I didn't notice, but this mold did the same thing.
Yeah, look right here. It just didn't get into the blade. And that's why I think we need a vent.
Vent that's on the first hole, the bottom has to be vented.
Now here's they have, if you get on U-line, they've got heat shrink tubes and stuff. So a lot of stuff that you might find useful could be in there.
Yeah. I mean, I think this will make a good prop, Bill. The first gen, I'll order some more of this stuff, this casting resin.
Here's a neat, that trade show designed part. Here's a supplier director. Here's all the people who made all kinds of stuff in here. Sourcing out, you need to buy certain stuff, laser cutters. was at that show and they had a guy with a bunch of eyelets there.
So did you get 2 books or just one?
Just that one.
Okay.
I can probably get some more. That's just a sample of somebody in India that did some water jet kite. So we're taking the material on water jet for you.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. So carbon bell cranks, or you could any kind of phenolic or aluminum. I think they tumbled it, you know, they deburred it, you know, put it in a tumbler, but they do probably do control horns, all kinds of stuff.
You gonna do another one of these too?
Yeah, we can.
Let's see, we're gonna pour into this one. So we're gonna get this out of there.
Are you gonna spray this flame today?
Yeah, gonna try.
We'll do that first. I mean,
Well, you just keep going.
I'll do my thing, you take.
Yeah. We're gonna have to fix this. This is no good.
I mean,
Huh?
no good.
Well, I pulled up the tape and I
Oh, yeah, that's no big deal.
left the green, you know, I have the acro green on there.
Yeah, that's easy to fix. That happens. Yeah, I think it looks good. I mean, it's coming along. Get all the color trim on there and go over with little 1,000 or whatever and get all the little edges down, fuzzies, and
Shoot a gallon of urethane on it.
and get the clear out. Put the plastic dip on it. I think your canopy turned out great too.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we can just mix
That's
up
good.
some of that epoxy down there and just sheet on the outside of that epoxy, man. We'll just stick her in the oven and bake her up and.
Yeah.
See, here's that big stuff. Now, I looked for this thermal shrink tape and I found some of this thermal shrink tape. It doesn't have any glue on it.
right. Just the tape.
And it's just a tape and you wrap it around there and it shrinks so much at 200 degrees or
Yeah.
something like that. And it's supposed to force, get tighter under heat. Like some of this
Yeah.
stuff will just loosen up. It won't actually shrink.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah. Sure you don't want to sell some of this wax? That's pretty good wax.
That's John. I gave it to John.
You bought a brand new one though. You got some
Yeah.
pretty good.
I got the old stuff. It works just as good.
Yeah. The thing is, it melts. Once you rub it on the mold, it floats.
You good?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it turns to like a liquid.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get on a stunt hanger last night, the Charles. And
You were on there for a bit.
yeah, I got on there and had a buddy call me and then got distracted. And I got off and I went back and it was too late, they're already done. So, so I was having technical difficulties. And trying to absorb what Tryon was telling us about his mold release, And one of the things I was telling a few people, I said, when it comes to this mold release, and you use PVA, you're putting a physical barrier between the resin and the mold. And I used to do just wax without PVA, and it was sort of all right. But then what had happened, I used triethylene tetramine, and Epon 815, and it had like amine blush. And after a while, it was so corrosive, it started to eat into the mold. And
Really?
yeah. Now, you couldn't tell it. It wasn't like something major. It kept getting hazier and hazier. It was like a slow buildup. And then each subsequent part after about a dozen was harder and harder to get out of the mold. So that's when I went back to PVA. But now free coat, I think that's high temp wise, it works real well.
Well, we're gonna get some of that stuff
Yeah,
because that's what that propeller you gave me was covered with, right? Free coat?
that was a release on that.
Yeah.
Now the release on PVA is exactly what the PVA looks like. And the trouble with PVA is you could spray it perfectly smooth and glassy, and then you get dust in it, just like spraying clear on a plane, you know. And with free coat, you can just keep buffing and buffing, you know. Or with wax, you can do the same thing if you've got enough confidence in your mold that it's not going to stick. But
Did you put that surface coat on that prop?
no, that was just 150 degrees carbon and HTR 250.
What would happen if you put surface coat on there too?
Well, just more weight. I think it would add weight and
It wouldn't be doing anything.
Right. If you do it right, I think the heated up mold with the 250 will give you a good glassy finish. I always wax the bottom of these molds too. And that way if the resin drips around the mold, you can clean it off quicker.
I'm gonna have to shoot gray on this spot before I.
Do anything.
Yeah.
That's all right. We got a little teeny bit of DC 540 left.
You like this one too. This will keep you in it.
Oh man, you got me keeping me occupied here. So you got all this stuff that suppliers, that dealers, that manufacturers and stuff like that use.
Oh yeah. You forget about a hobby shop. You got to go to
Yeah.
somebody that. You know,
This is where you really get the stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened to the top of this 4-blader mold?
Oh,
It's
right.
over there on the cutter table. Now,
Yeah.
plus, if you actually read some of these articles in here, you'd probably pick up some hints and tips of problems that these guys had come across.
Yeah. The other thing, John, you've seen enough stuff before. You know enough about. You can just look at pictures and different things, you know, and just
Oh, yeah.
There's all kinds of little. It's like, oh, you know, maybe I could use this or that, or you'll come across. You know, you would.
See, I always do that, and Bart gets on me all the time. Well, what are you doing over there in the dressmaker's aisle or whatever, you know? Well, hang on, you never know. I might find something that'll cross over and I can use it, makes the job easier or better, and it's inexpensive, you know. Let's pick one of these things up and give it a whirl, you know. And I found a lot of rulers and stuff like that that are flexible in doing that.
Yeah.
Like Tony, when I went to Walgreens and I said to the lady, "You got any fingernail files?" "Yeah." "How many you want?" "All of them."
That's probably buys the whole store up, you know. I went to Harbor Freight the other day. I wanted to pick up some acid brushes, and I figured I'd pick me up a couple bags, you know. You get about 30 in a bag or something like that for $2. Said, "Sorry, we're all out." I said, "What?" "Well, some lady just came in here yesterday and bought every one that we got. We had to get the boxes out of the back and give her all the boxes out of the back." "Well, how many did you get?" She said, "Like 3 boxes of them, whole cases."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Well, geez, Minnie Christmas, you didn't even save one for out on the showroom floor. I just want a couple bags."
Yeah.
Well, said no, so I went up to Harbor Freight on the other end of town. I bought everyone. They didn't have cases of them, but they had like 8 bags of them. I bought all the bags that they had. Give them to me. I might not be able to get it for a while.
Yeah. You know, today you got to grab it while you can get it. You know.
Well, with this shortage, you know, and all these ships sitting out there in the
I got one of those wood boxes from Harbor Freight.
port.
I got one at home that I spent, I think it was $49 on it. I bought one today. It's in my car, $84.
doubles in price.
but they're nice.
You can't make one for that.
No. Well, I bought it to put all of the airbrush shit in. I bought it this morning when I stopped. I was up there at 8 o'clock this morning.
It's nice to keep all that stuff like that, because you just grab one little thing and you take off and then everything's in there, you know.
The only bad thing about that is if somebody wants to steal something from you, they grab one little thing and it's all gone.
It's all gone, yeah. Yeah, well, when you're at home, you can keep it sort of spread out a little bit, but when you're sort of limited on size, I always did that working, because that way I could grab this bucket and this toolbox and take off. I got everything I need to do damn near everything, you know, but the hand tools.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to spot this in with an airbrush. You know, it is metallic gray.
You did save some of the original paint, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. But this is where the gun goes, so it gets a silver spot on there. But I'd like to get it fixed.
Well, if it left a little divot or something there from the pole up, you don't want that divot to imprint on out.
Hey, John, you have a file?
Yeah.
Whenever you have one.
Pick three of them in that center, three little drawers on the top. I think it's the center one. There's all sorts of different files in it.
Gary Sinclair, I use my
I got more
res.
upstairs in my toolbox out in the garage if there's none of this.
Video is good for me.
This one, you're like me, you got a lot of files in your install.
Close up
Yeah.
of Dan. No,
Yeah,
That's what you get in my drawer. I got a lot
this
of
is my propeller.
most of my files.
This is my propeller.
I always
This
get
is a
many
copy of
different
this.
Files and garage sale files and stuff. I buy every one of them up I can find. And they've normally been used wrong, you know, where they,
This is wood. The wood blank.
Backwards.
This is carbon.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, we took this mold right to the edge, didn't we? Look at that.
Yeah, there's no extra room.
Now, this is an electric prop because the hub is so thin. And I'm going to run it on a PA75, not this propeller, the carbon propeller, even though it's thin, because you'll never break that. Get it all, you know, the flashing all cleared off of this. This thing will cut your hand off. It is so stiff.
Well, it's a strong prop. It's probably, yeah, that's a pretty stiff prop too. It's a Mesley. See how they put the cloth on the outside of that?
It almost looks like a pre-preg.
It probably was.
Yeah,
It's
these
the only way
props,
you keep the fibers together enough to cut that little pattern out and stick it down in there and
yeah, that's 1K carbon toe, and then these props, and then also Brian Ether made a beautiful prop.
now Steve Wilk makes sort of a plain Jane prop,
Mm-hmm.
but he puts a little strip of carbon cloth in the tip cutting about 1.5 inches long.
Yeah,
And in case it splits, it can't split lengthwise on the blade, you know,
Yeah.
that cloth is crossed.
another thing, I'll show you when you lay these props up today, what you can do. This is a pretty narrow blade, but you can come in this way, and then you can come in with another piece this way.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, you can see the waviness here. Some of them I did intentionally where I'd run the carbon down the back of the blade like this, just to keep split resistance.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like they sanded the pitch in here. This whole back of the blade's been reworked, or the front of the blade really.
Yeah, that's technically the front.
It's one doing the work, but yeah, that's pretty. I kept looking at props like this and I couldn't figure out how they got it like that. And eventually, it's the heat. It's the right resin. And
Yeah, you gotta get it to where it's totally impregnates that cloth and it
Yeah.
goes down to the outer surface.
so you can get close to that without pre-preg, like the prop I made that had heat on it.
You know, that's probably
Yeah.
even molded like that. When it's in the mold, they put it upside down.
Oh, yeah, it's, yeah, when you
So
look like
everything
that.
goes to the bottom.
Yeah.
Chuck that puppy up in the mill and mill that puppy flat.
That's all right.
I don't have anything big enough to put that thing in the mill.
Take it over to
I
Composite.
got a belt sander out in the garage.
No, this is gonna be good.
Did you bring your trailer?
Yep.
John said, "Do you think he'll bring his trailer?" I don't think he goes anywhere without that trailer.
I thought, well, it might be a slow day at John's. I might bring some oak and we do the threshold of the door. I forgot the oak. I would have brought it. I was gonna go out there, set a workbench down and make a bottom piece for that door.
Barb's son's gonna make me a stainless steel kick for that. That
Yeah.
caps the whole end of that door, and I can slide it up and down and adjust for.
Here's the way I look at it. If I come back in the spring and there's no kick on that door, I don't care if he is gonna make it, I'm gonna make it. It's taking too long, right? I'll fix it. This is a good one.
That's a rasp.
Yeah.
So if we lay this up today, how long before demolding in room temperature?
Room temp, take it out tomorrow. Yeah. I'll tell you what, the 250 and that hardener you got, the 106.3, when I do my helmets, you're gonna laugh because it's the helmets. That was my test piece. I take the resin, I put it in there, and I take 3-ounce glass cloth, stick it in the oven 150 degrees. An hour later, I'm walking over there taking a hard, perfectly cured part out of it. And it's probably before an hour. If you put it at 200, I bet I could go over there in 15, 20 minutes and have a part. So it's all heat dependent. So the trouble is when you
He loves his helmets.
yeah, that little helmet is my test piece to do different, different scenarios and try out different resins and stuff. But
And everything you cook in the oven after that sort of got that flavor to it.
well, it's not the house oven; it's a lab oven. Eli Lilly's in Indianapolis would have wholesales where they'd clearance what it used to be 30 years ago. They'd get rid of stuff and they'd sell it at a warehouse sale or something. So they had Variacs and they had all kinds of stuff.
Danny's got the real thing in his garage.
A lab oven, yeah.
Yeah, that would be the thing to have. You're gonna be doing a lot of this stuff.
No, it's not real big. It's like a normal size oven, in a house. Now Rod, that buddy of mine, he's got a welder. So
You can take your barbecue and cut the top off of it.
yeah, yeah, I could do that.
That's what we need to do. John's barbecue, cut the top off.
Say, hey Barb, by the way, your barbecue's missing. But I wanted Rod to take a metal tube, 2-inch metal tube, weld up a frame about as big as this would be metal. And the box underneath would be an oven. So I put metal sides and I insulate it with whatever the, high temp stuff. I'd put heating elements in there and a door, and the whole fuselage would go in there, the whole wing. Be it right underneath the bench. Now, let's just say you take a foam wing, cut the foam out, and you sheet it with fiberglass cloth that's already cured on glass. So you take 2-ounce cloth, you lay it on the glass, you wet it out, you vacuum bag it down, and one side of it is perfectly smooth like the glass.
That's what that guy did with it.
Yes. You peel that off and you vacuum bag it on your foam wing, and that's your 16th inch sheeting.
I don't know how light's that gonna be though.
You just keep going until you get it as light. You make the fiber, you just keep going thinner and thinner until it gets to where it needs to be.
Well, see, they're using on all those molded airplanes, they're using like a 1/2 ounce glass cloth layer on the outside, and then a sheet of foam or a sheet of wood, and then another, say, 2 ounce or 3 ounce glass cloth on the inside, and maybe with an extra layer of that right over the center section, you know, out about a third
Right.
on each wing panel, and that's,
So they vary it.
yeah, they've got a little extra reinforcing in the center section, plus you got some separation of the outside and inside surface, that's where you get your strength from,
Yeah.
and that's on both sides of the wing, both sides of the fuselage. That's the way Jerry's plane was done.
Right here. How much would a mold like this cost to have somebody make?
I don't know. You were complaining about the cost of resin.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be complaining anymore about the cost of resin once you got the mold price for the mold.
Yeah. And you get the labor and everything else involved in it, and the actual mold, and
If you go to a composite shop, I mean, you know, if you go to Trian or go to the machine shop, cost it out there in aluminum, or forget aluminum, go with Inconel or stainless steel. Get a mold and see what the cost would be, and then the cost might be less. I mean, with you tool it up out of resin like we did, but I don't know. It's
$1,000.
still these have a limited lifespan, whereas a metal mold
Yeah.
would be
not
a
limited.
lot more permanent.
Yeah.
I thought you said these were unlimited.
They are for our uses. Now, if you drop it on the floor or you bang it, or, you know, for our uses, they'll make all the props you want.
100.
Oh, yeah. See all that aluminum in there? You're seeing that epoxy, what you see what you're getting into.
Yep.
We'll make props out of this, but it'd be nice to have this thing cooked in an oven for about 6 hours, all the way up to like 300 degrees.
That'll happen when I come back through.
Yeah, drop it off and put it in the oven. Put steaks on the grill and mold in the oven. Another thing, we'll relieve that a little bit. Yeah, I wanted to get a couple props made and have that thing where I could demold it when I got here, but got to bed too late. Had the company come over and we started talking.
You just left it in the oven while you're sleeping.
Yeah,
Burn the house down.
probably not, because the oven is made to, it's made to be an oven, you know. So I probably.
It's not a barbecue.
No, it was a real lab oven. The trouble is with flame, you can't control the heat. You know, electricity, you can dial in the heat.
Yeah, exactly right.
I don't understand what that is. I use 360 on my phone. That looks better.
What are they talking about?
I don't know.
Use 360 on my phone.
Yeah, I got no clue.
360. They're talking about sheeting the foam wing.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe trying to guess what they're talking about. I was talking about creating a wing skin on a plate glass and then actually applying it to the actual foam wing after it cured. The trouble with applying the whether it be carbon fiber or glass on the wing while it cures, if you're using white bead foam, 1 pound white bead foam, the trouble is covering the glass takes on the texture of the foam.
Yep.
Even
And it imprints all that stuff right into it.
So I was just trying to cure the glass cloth or carbon cloth on the glass previous to putting it on the foam.
That's the first time I had an issue with aqua green. Must let it dry enough to get it before I paint.
You know, if you could go down to the hobby shop and buy 4 to 6 pound wood all day long, you wouldn't have to do all this extra stuff, you know? All we're trying to do is figure out a workaround for stuff that's not there anymore.
There's more and more guys out there making composite airplanes. More and more of them.
Well, composites is the future for this type of stuff. I know
Problem are we all gonna die out before
it's the future, not because it's better than 4 to 6 pound wood, it's because, you know, you can't get it, you know?
Well, the Chinese are basically doing the same thing, only they're using their molds to inject foam into and popping out a foam airplane instead of a carbon fiber or fiberglass airplane.
Yeah.
It's less labor intensive, you know, you think about it, just stick a little nozzle in there and fill her up. Let her dry.
Yeah. Well, back in the 70s, I think it was 75, Midwest had a kit, or it wasn't a kit, it was like a pre-made ARC, it was all foam. And this airplane was just like these foamy jets. They were, it wasn't as precise or as sweet looking, but it was a
Byron had those.
Yeah, Byron, that's another one, they were huge.
Yeah.
So this stuff isn't anything new. It's been around a while.
Hey, what do you think of this tape?
I looked at that in the garage.
Did you?
Yeah. What do you think of it? You're the one using it.
I like it so far, but it
Really?
needs a clean line.
Does it? What about?
I don't know.
What about adhesion? I mean, is it too sticky? Not enough, or what?
Seems to be all right.
And where do you get it?
Amazon,
How much?
$35 for 10 rolls.
Yeah, that's.
That beats the shit out of $18 a roll.
Yeah. I don't know what John's been waxing down here, but he's going through some wax. You been doing Barb's car, or do you?
Nah.
It wasn't
I'm
full
too
when
lazy to do that.
It wasn't full when I gave it to him.
Oh, okay.
There's some clean.
Where's my other can?
It's in your box, man.
No, in the box.
I only used about a fourth of it.
Yeah. Whatever.
He doesn't even ask me where anything's at anymore.
No,
He just goes and
yeah.
gets
Well, I've been coming over here 5 years, haven't I?
Yeah.
Has it been that long?
Yep.
Yeah, good time, yeah, at least 5 years. And you already know where everything's at.
Well, sort of. I don't even know where stuff's at in my garage anymore.
Well, how could you?
Yeah. It's changing though. Got rid of, I got put a bunch of wood in storage. Guy's storage unit.
these little tumblers down there at the arts and crafts store. And I think these will be pretty good for mixing epoxy. You know, they're not graduated or anything, but you don't need them. They're just a throwaway. They look to be about the right size for doing some of this bigger stuff.
Yeah.
And they had a smooth bottom end, didn't have a lot of serrations and stuff.
Here's what I brought.
Oh, same thing, yeah.
They're smooth on the inside, but they're a little bit fancier. They've got the
Oh,
nice.
yeah, that way you can hold your finger out here.
So it's really the same
Same
cut,
cut, yeah.
except that. So you know, when you have guests over, you want to get and mix up epoxy. You want to use these. when the good guests come over.
That way you can impress them.
Yeah. Sparky comes over.
These were like, they're $4 for 50 of them.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little pricey, but not too bad.
Hand me a ball driver, wouldn't you?
Yeah, let's see, $4 for 50, that's, yeah. You know, if you find that they work, and then you can always try to scout around for cheaper
8 cents a
product.
piece.
Yeah, they were handy. I went out looking specifically for some kind of a little cup to get some test samples of. And you know, you can go, they make silicone cups.
Oh, yeah, the kind you can collapse.
Yeah, the kind you can collapse and clean them out after you're done. Just let the stuff harden up in there and then squeeze them a little bit and the stuff falls right out of them. Use them again, but they're $24 for one little cup.
Yeah.
I did have both in there. Left over. Okay.
So when we lay up a prop today, somebody's gonna be writing down, we're gonna be measuring and writing. Sparky said, did you keep track of what you had in the mold? I said, yeah, halfway through I knew it, but then I forgot about it. And then I forgot what I had in the mold, so we'll write it down. And that way you'll have an idea of what it takes. If you really wanted to lay up props, landing gear or whatever, you'd pull out a book. You'd look at the recipe, you pre-cut all your material. Once you got it all pre-cut, then you'd pre-wet it, and then slap it in the mold. So,
You gotta make up the first one to find out how many pieces you need.
yes, correct. And then, you know, probably adjust from there for a couple more prompts. Yeah, a friend of mine's been deer hunting, trying to get a deer. I was coming out here on 70 and I looked, I saw 4 deer out in the middle of the field. Another half mile, there's a tree line. And then another half mile, there's a hunter walking back to his house. I'm thinking, hey, you need to go back the other way.
You know, they're driving them all around, so you're gonna start seeing them more.
Yeah. When Joe and I came out last week, was it the week before? We counted 6 of them on the side of the road.
And looking at you.
Yeah, they weren't looking, they were gone.
Oh, dead?
Yes.
Roadkill.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're chasing them.
They're stupid.
They're out there,
Oh, yeah.
out there, and the hunters are out there now, so they're out there
Got them on the run.
pushing them around.
They see the car coming, look right at it, jump right in front of it. Stupid.
Well, I saw a deer run out in front of a car. It got in the median between the interstate. It really wasn't an interstate, it was a state road. It got in the median and now everybody's slowing down to a crawl and the guy coming the other way, if he wasn't at a complete stop, he was going like a walk. That deer was so confused, it took off and ran right into his driver's side door when he was sitting still.
Yeah.
The deer couldn't even get around a stopped car. It was that spooked and scared. So,
Yeah, they'll jump at the last minute too. Right when you get up on them, they'll jump up in the air, and that's why they end up going through the windshield
Yeah.
and everybody and killing you.
So here's what I wanted to do with this part of the mold, John. You know when you drill something and the drill grabs and wants to pull itself in to the, and that's what'll happen with this. But what I want to do is I want to enlarge this hole until it's
You got a drill stop. don't
about
you,
that
John?
deep.
Right.
So the next size up, then a 1/4 inch. It doesn't have to be concentric, just hog this hole out. But I want it to go in there. I want it to stop about right here. Are you up to the task on that?
Probably. I think I've done stuff like that before somewhere along the line.
Okay. So. Got up this
Is
morning.
it the right size drill bit?
Looks like it.
Might not be set the right depth, but
Looks like it's too small. Yeah.
5/16.
It would be nice if this was it because the stop collar. Perfect. Or if you have a hand chuck, we'll just hand drill it. That's
you use a drill press and it'll,
stop it, yeah.
it's easier to stop rather than using a hand drill, plus you get a more accurate vertical.
Did you make this spinner spark?
No. That's a Chinese spinner. $7. But that's not carbon, is it?
It might be black fiberglass.
I think it's plastic with.
No, it looks like carbon. I think it's carbon.
You can't beat it for $7.
Yeah.
We couldn't make it for $7.
No. That's what's scary. Some of this stuff is so inexpensive that,
This was granite size.
yep.
But
Need
I don't-
one size smaller.
we need to make Medusa spinners. Those are heavier than.
Yeah. That's 1/4 inch. So what we need is the next.
5/16.
One size bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, these are numbered bits. Here's one side bigger.
Yeah. Do you have a hand chuck?
Yeah.
I'll just do it by hand. Since I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit. That way I can control it. I got a chuck that goes in like a Morse taper. Yeah, that works. Got everything, John.
No, I don't, but Bart thinks I've got everything. He said, you got a lot of shit. And I said, no, I don't. I said, you ain't seen guys' garage. I ain't got nothing.
Nothing compared to some people, right?
I got just enough to get me in trouble. I could make up that stop to
See, that's just so small and.
yeah, you're just leaving a little short, teeny tight
Yeah.
section right
Yeah.
there at the very end. So the epoxy doesn't wick up in there as bad.
So, little explanation. People are watching this, they're probably trying to figure out what I'm doing. So when we actually lay this prop up, this drill rod will be in the bottom part of the mold, the female part. Once you get this laid up, the top has to go over the top of the drill rod. And what you're doing is just, you've got a tight spot here, a tight fit on the drill rod here, but you don't want it all the way through because it's just too much drag. So I relieve that hole. Another thing you got to do Let's see.
Could be a little relieved on the hole itself.
Yeah, well, one of the things you gotta check every once in a while, you gotta make sure this isn't mushrooming out, which it is. Take a file, clean this up. Every once in a while,
Put it in the lathe.
that'll be all right. Now see right here, it doesn't matter if it's chewed up. This, you know, it doesn't have to be precision. If that doesn't do it, we'll stick it in a lathe. Let's see what we got here. Okay, put it in the lathe, clean it. Just turn that down a little bit. So the idea is to get this thing closed over the top of that pin.
So we're gonna make it 3-blade too, right?
You are. I'm gonna watch. Isn't that right, John? We're gonna watch Sparky do it. We're gonna take all our stuff that we figured out, like clearance holes in the bottom of the parting plate. We're gonna sit here and cheer him on.
Yeah.
Anybody that can mold balsa and sand blocks can do this mold.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I'm thinking.
They certainly can.
I think he's overqualified, but we'll make an exception for this case. Yep, that's nice.
What?
One. You can make that spot on top of that. I used to have one of those heaters. And the box would run it down the side of
You have that file at the end there.
You could probably case harden this thing. You could probably harden this end of the drill rod so it doesn't do that. So anyway, back to my explanation here. This goes in the bottom mold. Yeah, that's perfect. So this will be in here. You lay up the carbon. You check your molds to make sure its orientation is correct. Mark. This will go over the top.
I guess I gotta go out and get my clamps.
Yeah, you got some? Okay. I didn't bring any.
I stopped this morning and got them.
So then once everything's cured, you're ready to demold it, hold the drill rod out, and that's why the hole's in the drill rod, because this has to come in and out to get the... Now, you could probably make this thing permanent with a T-handle on the bottom and run it up from the bottom. I don't do that because there's no way to set this flat. Now, if you had a box with, you could set this up, then you could probably just braze a T-handle on it and make it permanent and run it up through the bottom. But I don't know, I never did that. I just went ahead and did it this way. So that way it just goes in like that and it goes over the top. So just because we're doing it this way doesn't mean you can't change it and do it wherever you want to do it, or however you want to do it. Dang it. That's a good reason to have foam pads on the floor.
Yeah, make sure it bounces halfway across the room when you look for it.
Yeah. Nothing better than dropping a precision chuck on the floor.
Yeah, no, that's one of them precision garage sale chucks.
China chuck.
I don't know where I got that. I got that from my dad somewhere. It might actually be a Jacobs segment. No, Yukawa.
I told you, Chinook. Uh-oh.
I got a disconnect to you. How you doing? I'm good.
Made in Japan.
Now where you're
Yeah,
at.
that's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, you're online. You're not on speaker though. We're waxing molds and Sparky's retaping his airplane. So he's gonna spray some trim colors on his airplane and we're gonna lay up a couple props. And oh yeah, and then eat lunch.
You gotta have lunch.
No, not here. Yeah, I thought about you coming to Dayton. I drive by this field and I see 3 big old dogs out in the field, right? Eating corn. I drive about a half mile. I go through the little forest there. On the other side of the forest, the other guy, the farmer, the hunter, he's got his red hat on. He's walking back to the house. He hadn't got any deer. I felt like pulling over and saying, hey, you need to go the other way.
Medicare?
How do I get your cell phone number?
I keep it's real simple.
You might do better than you think.
937, right? Then they dial, what is the first 3 of your phone number?
I'm not gonna give it out, but I know, and then it just keep going consecutive. The computer does it.
Right.
Until one goes through.
Right. They don't know your name.
Yeah, there's a technique.
They don't know what they're talking to you about because none of it matches up. It's amazing.
Everybody wants to buy my house.
Yeah, let me buy your house. We get about 5 of them things at least a week, every week.
It's either buy my house or Medicare.
Yeah, Medicare's a big thing right now. I don't think that was first.
You're gonna have to put a block on it.
Oh, yeah, on the front.
Yeah, it's more.
I'd have to cut that back, probably an inch or 2 back from where it's at right here in the front, and then add a block up in there and carve that. But that'll be all molded then. 90% of it. I won't have to grind as much of it out the inside.
You're basically doing what, just like what this is right here.
Yeah. I figured why not use these pieces, because I made these molds for 3 foot long. That's 26 inches or something like that. You got a bunch left over. That's if I cut it and came out real right.
Rod said hi.
Hello.
He's driving to Chicago. He's got to get a flight. And when he goes to work, he has to drive to Chicago.
From here?
Yeah, from India.
Why?
That's where he has to go to work, and then he flies out of there.
Why can't he just grab a plane in India and go to
I don't
Chicago?
know. Crazy, isn't it? I can hardly.
Probably more of a pain in the butt to go through the airport and everything to get
Yeah,
on a plane
yeah.
to go that
Yeah.
little short
It'd
hop,
probably
to
take
get a
him-
free short hop.
Yeah.
He's an air marshal.
Yeah, I know, but to get a free short hop, he still
Yeah.
probably has to go through a certain amount of protocol.
Hey, a Dremel with a cutoff wheel. What I'm gonna do here,
Everybody Danny knows is a cop.
Yeah, air marshal.
you know, it all started with Jack Sheets.
Yeah, he's a
His
cop.
buddy. I'm gonna borrow your chair for this delicate operation.
I don't know, they kind of got the RPM back there.
I'm gonna clean the edge of this mold off here. The carbon fiber, as it comes out this mold, you want it to come out of the mold.
Looks like all I'm gonna get done today is these lightning bolts and touch that up. Maybe the white up here with.
And you always plan for more than what you think you can get done, you know. It is what it is, you know.
You know, the same thing at home. I think, you know, I'm gonna sit in that easy chair for like 4 hours. It only ends up like 3. I always think I can get more time in that easy chair than that.
Till I call up and say, get out to the garage and start sanding.
So
And he
here's-
doesn't do that. He doesn't do that with me. He only does that with you.
Yeah, yeah. All these people watching, they probably think Sparky and I are always on each other's case. They don't understand how the relationship is here. We just tell each other like it is. I went to leave, I was going out in the garage to leave, and the cat was on the ottoman waiting for me to sit down in the easy chair to get on my lap. So as I'm walking out, the cat's looking like,
Where are you going?
"Yeah, where are you going?" I thought I was gonna cry. I said, well, I'll be back later. I said, I gotta go. But he'll follow me around waiting for me to sit down. I felt sort of guilty leaving him, but
Yeah, that guilt only goes until you hit the garage door.
Yeah.
And leave.
yeah. So I ground all this on the end to open it up so the carbon toe will actually come out of the mold. And I don't grind it all the way. I leave just a little line there so you can tell where the prop is supposed to end. The advantage of having the carbon come out of the mold, you can grab a hold of it and pop it out of the mold really easy. So
Let's see what the boys say.
the modifications to this molder enlarge the hole on the top and relieve the ends of it.
Oh, that 360 was talking about was the resolution on his phone.
Yeah, yeah. I saw that. You know, when I watch in my house on the big screen TV, it basically comes in 4K.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen it, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a couple spots that I could airbrush some gray on.
Back of them flaps, for one.
I'm not really worried about that. Just throw some towels over that. I'll at least get the lightning bolt painted today.
That'll make a big difference in the way it looks.
Lightning bolt and the cowl, white on the cowl. Because I gotta paint this white first. Of course, I don't get to paint the white cowl because it goes under the bolt. So I gotta retape. Jim Lynch will see that I retaped in 2 minutes.
How long do you let that paint dry?
About a minute.
About that long. And really, you know, the paint's really dry when you're pulling your tape off, even as quick as you pull the tape off. It's not completely dry right at the edge of the tape because it builds that little fillet up there. It still remains a little bit tender right there.
Did you see, Dan, did you see Bad Chad talking about pulling the tape?
No, what did he say?
Oh, he likes to pull his tape before the paint dries. So, and he's painting a motorcycle tank now or something.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's two schools of thought on that. The carpenters that caulk their tape, okay? So you got some window casing or whatever, and you're gonna actually paint the wall or the casing, it doesn't matter. You run like a micro bead of caulk next to the edge of that tape. You wipe it down with a rag, okay? You caulk it and you wipe it, and then you go back with just almost damp rag and you wipe it. You take your brush or roller, you go right down that tape with the paint. You immediately go back and pull the tape and everything's wet. So you're actually painting wet caulk.
Right.
And it turns out perfect. So I sort of know what he's talking about.
Well, I do it all the time. What John was saying, these guys are watching me.
You
Because
think so?
Oh, yes. They're making windshields and so we're looking for them to be making carbon fiber door handles or something here.
Yeah. Using yellow tape now all of a sudden instead of blue tape.
Okay, Chad, if you're watching, if you need to make molds for door handles or custom car parts,
This right here is how you can do it,
Yeah.
man. You can get this stuff where you can pour metal in it. Unless you want to make custom carbon fiber parts.
I know he's watching.
somebody's watching.
Yeah,
I'm getting tired of you guys doing stuff and me not doing anything. I'm gonna grind on this crop. I'm gonna make more noise than you did.
Oh, you're gonna fire up the belt sander?
Yep, in the back. that's the line. Hand sand to the line.
Yeah.
And right now, when you're done with that, I'll take that little cutoff wheel and the vacuum and get some of this flash off here.
Hey, John. I didn't make that comment because did not trust your skill on the belt sander. I made that comment because I wanted to look at Sparky's expression.
That always works. Are you done? You need a
Yeah,
back?
you're good. I mean,
You need a shut back?
not yet.
I'm gonna be using a little bit of both of them.
We got progress going here. Good job.
do is make sure that, you got the angle on it so it'll come out.
It's gonna be an extra line in the system. Jumpy!
Yeah. That's it, that's the real deal.
Dust it off before you wax in the dirt.
We're gonna just dump it all. We're gonna get some wax and then just re-wax it. It don't matter. It'll all be dusted off on the second coat of wax. This is just the first.
I need to stand my head here.
I did it, yeah. I did a little bit. What I do on these course edges, I just take wax, I just really work it in there wet, let it dry. Same thing, stuff like this, you can actually just,
Epoxy doesn't get in there and make it grip.
just, stuff like that.
$400.
Find out how much a 5-gallon pail is. See when John sets this stuff out, it's all perfect. I'm like this.
Yeah.
Here's John's side of the table. He's got everything. He's got it all laid out perfect. Here's Dan's side.
It's like my workbench. So,
No, you have a hard time running out of space all the time.
Yeah. I'm bad about that, John. That's a trait.
This is gonna be a little tough area to get. Cause
use
you're
a
gonna,
drum sander.
yeah, you're gonna have to get the outline right, and then that's gonna be too thick in that area, and you're gonna have to plane it down thinner.
Here, I'll show you. There's a little line there. You probably can't see it. I scratched it in the mold. This little line right there. So here, watch this. I'll show you. Where's that gravel at? I like it towards. Give me the drum sander on the Dremel.
The drum sander on the drum.
Yeah, I'll show you how I do it. Right here, I'll show you on the camera. You probably couldn't see. What I did is I relieved these ends. That way the carbon comes out of the mold. And I ground the mold down to where I didn't get into the face of the mold, but I got real close. So there's some modifications you do after you mold it. Now you could clay that up if you wanted to. That way you wouldn't have to grind them out. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Oh, you got, look at this.
Custom.
Do they sell that at Rockler?
Rockler don't have anything on
Not,
me.
not that fancy. I'll tell you what, John. It's pretty slick.
Here, try this one again. It's sort of an older, might not be ground enough.
Oh, this will be fun. Okay, here's how I do it. So constant, you know?
Yeah, I did a lot of fiberglass some years ago and I never hid from it. Biggest thing to do was to keep your clothes separate and to take you a shower right afterwards.
Yeah. See, there's a little void there.
Yeah, but it looks a whole lot better than some of them I've seen out there.
Oh, it's a clean looking pot. Now you take this thing and you work it down, put it on a plane, see what you got. This is heavy. It's way too thick, but
You think it weighs an ounce?
let's see. Find out. This thing here is high tech, but it never lies.
Dope scale.
Yeah, they were all stolen from high schools around the country.
We'll compare. Anybody that wonders what a gram is, anytime you take a dollar bill,
47 grand.
yeah, this will be a gram.
Dollar bill's also 6 inches long, so if you need to measure something, or any bill, that's American bill, is 6 inches long.
1 gram. And you said it's what, 29?
47.
47. It's better than that. 46.5.
That is if this is calibrated right, and you need the little weights to put on it in order to be able to,
You just did. 1 bill is 1 gram.
maybe.
You know how to calibrate these things? First thing you do is you set everything to 0, and then you check to see where that's at. See this dial right back here?
Yep, it screws in and out.
Yeah. And that's what adjusts.
You
to
can also
0.
do it quickly, because you can watch this and see if it's going even on both sides of the line,
Yeah.
and you're close enough.
We still haven't washed this proper.
No, it's just pure.
Wash it on
Did it all come off? Yeah.
Well,
with water.
yeah, this will come off. This is already off. This is, so, well, yeah, there's still some under. But this thing, when it gets done, here's what I do with this prop before I ever stuck it on a plane. Other than truing it up and the obvious thing. I would actually, I think it's blocking the camera. Here's what I do. Square the hub. You know, square, you know, make sure this
Right.
is all right. Then I take and I peel this down right here and thin it. I come in here and under camber it on both sides. Put it on the balancer, check it. And then this would all be thinned off here. All this right here. I take this out, feather it out, and I thin it. Then I come back here and I bring it right down to the feather edge back here, a really sharp edge. Just bring it down. This comes off, under camber, and this.
Now, you're talking a lot of under camber, and I'm not real hip on a lot of under camber.
So you think I
because
should
it loads the motor up a lot.
You think I should take all that off, huh?
Well, I would at least try one. I mean, once you start getting these things, and now you can bolt them on the plane and see what happens. You know, and take it off the plane. I'd make about 4 or 5 of these things, and each one of them, I'd alter it.
Mm-hmm.
I take some, I thin them, I put some under camber, some flat, you know. Billy loved under camber. And McDonald does too, but I just take 5 of them and then I go out there and I fly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once you get 1 out of 5, you think, hey, this one's pretty close. But the lap times are a little high. Well, then you take some pitch out of it. You just keep working until, and once you get that magic, once you find the one that's magic, then you start pouring more resin over it. So, I guess it's called development program. But hey, look at it this way. At least you're not taking the putty knife and chiseling the burnt carbon out of the mold. At least you got a product.
Yeah, that sort of ruins your mold, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
So yeah, this has got, so
A little thick CA in there
yeah,
and sand it off. That's what McDonald does.
So I balance them,
yeah.
especially all the plastic drops. I just.
But this ain't bad.
No, I mean, yeah,
$300.
yeah. It's usable.
Hey, $300.
For the first prop, you know, it's okay.
Like you say, it is a development program. It's a.
you got that prop, you think, it's too heavy, this, that. You might take that to the RC field and put it on a big old 4-stroke, and it could be like, downtown.
Guys deep beating your door down trying to get one from.
Yeah, you just never know, just because.
Well, I knew it wasn't gonna be as light as the wood one. What happened?
Yeah, but I want to know what that big plug is that you were running before weighs.
2 ounces.
Yeah. I bought that
So
carrot.
56 grams, right?
What?
46.
46 in this one.
No, the big prop, the other prop.
It was 2 ounces.
Yeah, 28 grams to an ounce, right?
Yeah.
8 and 8, 16, that's 56 grams, right?
I thought it was 1.95 ounces.
Well,
2
it's
ounces,
28.33
right.
grams per ounce. Just rounding it off like all the dope heads do, you don't get a 28 ounce bag of pot, you don't get a 28.33 ounce. The baggy weight 0.33.
Hey,
I don't know anything about that stuff.
I was Sparky on his live stream at his apartment. He said, "Yeah, I can smell the pot next door." I told Sparky, I said, "Now it's time to start spray painting your plane."
Nobody knows the difference.
I said, "Get that dope out and start spraying the airplane. Nobody be calling on you."
My next door neighbor over here, she's about as easy as you can be. But, we're all the time out there in the garage, and in the summertime, we got the garage doors open and stuff. Me and Sparky's over there talking about weighing this dope up and getting the gram scales out, and, spraying this dope and everything. And she come over and said, "Boy, that sure is some strong smelling stuff that you got going on over there in that garage now, isn't it?" And Sparky looks there and says, "It's nothing, we're just spraying a little dope over here." We were at the hobby shop that one day. He was going up there to get that Grex gray gun. We go walking in the hobby shop, and Sparky hollers out, "Hey, you got any dope for sale in here?" And Jeanette sort of looks at him and says, "Yeah, it's right over there."
Yeah.
And Sparky goes walking over there, and this young kid comes running up to him and says, "No, we really don't have any of that stuff for sale here, but there's a house over there that got 3 or 4 doors."
He did say that
So
too.
you can get that stuff from right over there at that house, but we don't sell that stuff here. And Jeanette comes running over there. No, it's not what he meant. Model airplane paint is called dope.
You knew right where to get it, though, didn't you?
Yeah, he
Right
did.
where to get it. It's at that house right across the street, about 3 doors down.
Oh, Lord. Okay, this one's waxed up. That's probably
We're
ready.
laughing our asses off. Are you gonna pull another one of these too?
I'm gonna mold one.
Oh, okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Is this waxed up enough?
Yeah, I think so. I got a couple coats on it. What I need to do is come over and
He'll be looking for a warm. He'll be looking for a warm day. You run out there and
Yeah.
chuck that puppy on there.
Now, what I do at my house, okay, I take this prop and I got a belt sander, and the belt comes over the top. As the belt comes over the top, I just take this and I just keep working, put it on the pitch gauge.
I'm gonna set this on the
Oh, yeah.
heater.
What's the temperature on that thing?
140.
Cool. Right in the ballpark then.
You have PVA down here, or
Yeah, but no way to spray it.
do you have your little airbrush you bought? We could try that out. You got a brush? Do you have a foam brush?
I could use the airbrush, I guess.
Do you have a foam brush?
Do I have it? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, a camel hair. Do you have a camel hair brush?
I got camel hair
Yeah,
brushes.
give me a little small camel hair brush.
Yeah, I don't have little small ones. I think you ought to spray it, don't you?
Do either way.
will come out as smooth without brush strokes?
Let's try it.
No, that's
It
not.
will. It will. Give me a brush. I'm always one.
Well, I got to go to the same place that the airbrush is to get a brush. So,
You have a compressor down here?
no, but I could have one here and shortly as soon as we carry it down the steps.
Do you think that new compressor of Sparky's will blow the circuit?
I
My
got a little airbrush that'd be good for that at the top loader.
Yeah, let's try it.
high amps.
Let's try it.
It'd be a perfect test for his little airbrush.
But to answer your question, when you brush this stuff, you can brush it and it'll come out just fine.
It'll lay down
Oh,
there.
yeah. You don't have to spray it. You just gotta make sure it doesn't puddle on you, you know?
Right.
You gotta know how to flow it out really nice. It'll be fine. But you know, might as well try his
We
little
gotta
air-
watch him. He'll be wanting to spray paint his airplane down here in the basement. That ain't gonna happen, you know.
Well, this stuff really doesn't smell.
I know that don't, but
You wanna spray this in the garage?
I just don't want him getting. I know how he can be sometimes.
Yeah, with that rattle can. He was over there spraying, remember?
Well, yeah, with anything he'll push it. I got rules around here.
Well, let's spray this in the garage. Let's spray this in the garage.
Yeah, PPA will probably be all right down here.
Yeah, it probably
because it
would be.
doesn't stink. But
Let's just come up there. He'll be all right.
he's already down.
He's already down here with it.
There was a hair in it down there.
Yeah, probably a.
That's an RTH. I can tell it by sight of
This is a nice brush.
it. He just got that from China.
So, does he have a quick connect? No, this is for a quick connect.
I don't know. I think we're gonna have to work some stuff up here on this little airbrush.
Where did you get this aluminum bracket for your stop? Is that something?
Just a piece of scrap junk that I
Works perfectly.
picked up, and I just sort of modified it.
Let her run. Got to fill the tank.
Then turn it off.
This is the one you were messing with the other day online, wasn't it?
Mhm.
I was laughing at you. You had all these parts spread out. You look at
Didn't
this
have
thing.
no ferrules and that dang this stuff.
Cheap Chinese
Is the
shit.
bottom closed? Hey, when these have been on for a while, watch grabbing that, that'll get hot.
No, no kidding.
Been there, done that.
That's what happened when you put too much in there.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
You need big time?
I wouldn't be using my Grex for spraying PVA, but that one there, it's brand new.
Well, I'll tell you what, PVA, obviously, it cleans up with water.
Coming up.
What the problem with PVA is on metal,
What are you trying to do?
get some more. What's that thing going on? Yeah, that's about right.
You're screwing it. It has nothing to do with the cap.
My Badger, it's on the tail. When I undo my back end, it comes out.
This is a Vivo.
Oh, okay. This is a fancier one than I got then, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I do, I put the drill rod in the hole, right? So eventually this is gonna come off. And if it gets too foggy down here, John, let me know. Let me put my glasses on and see where I got.
Doesn't have any smell to it.
No, not really. It's water soluble. Yeah, spark that little compressor's all right.
And my other one, I got another one at home that doesn't have a tank on it. I got another tank too, but it doesn't fit that my compressor. But anyway, what happens is it gives out pulses because it has no tank. It goes.
Yeah. Makes the gun
Does the
fit.
mounting platform fit? Well, what doesn't work on it then?
The length. This right here is sticking out this way, and it's too long.
Well, the compressor is longer than the tank. You have to bring it over here and it's going to make a platform for it.
I have it in the car. Did you already wax this too?
Yeah. Now before I lay this mold up, or lay the prop up, this will come out and I'll clean it. The PVA has got to be cleaned off of this drill rod.
Otherwise it'll stick in there.
So I'm wondering, a brand new gun, you got to clean it out. I'm wondering if, we're getting some of the oils from the gun in there.
Could be.
You know what I mean? Like that pretty straight heavy. Yeah. Right here.
Yeah, all right. That prop's going to be sanded on the whole surface of it, on every side of it.
Here's the beauty though. Let me show you something. Here's what I do. Let's just say you get something you don't like it on the PVA. Bring it over here and run it underwater.
Wipe it off.
Yeah.
This prop turned out really nice. I mean, I think.
It's better than some of them. I've seen a lot worse. A lot worse than that out there. I mean, on all sides of it, there's not a single little really pinhole in it. You sand that all down where it's nice and flat, it'll look every bit better than them.
Solid, that's better. And then shoot it with a 2K clear. It'd be like brand spanking new.
It'd be like downtown.
Well, there's enough carbon there. You got something to work with. You know what I mean?
Paint it whatever color that you want to paint it, silver.
So I just took this prop mold in there, ran it underwater, and just washed all the PVA off of it. I think what was happening, I was telling John, the brand new gun, it probably had oil inside of the gun. Normally when you take a brand new gun, technically you take it and you run thinner through it to clean it. Some kind of solvent.
I don't need that. Well, maybe.
Yeah, if you want to roll that up and wire tie it back where it's not flopping around.
So.
And that's not the thing, is your PVA, is it?
Yeah, it's acting like it. Yeah, I think it is.
Doesn't look green to me.
It doesn't look as green, does it? It's green. I mean, obviously, if you look in the jug. But I had a lot of PVA on this mold. You saw how thick it was when we were peeling it off. See, I like an airbrush because I can get, if I see a spot in there I need to get, I can get it. When you have a touch-up gun, you're blasting the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get something down in a crack, and now you got runs everywhere. So this is the perfect gun for doing the bell crank molds, landing gear, and prop. Now, if you're trying to do a car hood or something, a big mold, you wouldn't use it. But,
Yeah, unless you want to look like a zebra.
yeah.
Take note, Chad.
Well, he knows that. I like watching his channel, though. I do.
You know, he does some pretty innovative stuff. He doesn't do your normal.
No, it's
It's all customized.
he's not afraid of it. So now it's going on. It's a little
Oh, it's writing on the side of this. Did you put this on here?
yeah.
Okay.
That's
The formula.
He's just giving you the formulas already etched into that. Okay.
so. Here's the resin that's made out of.
Right.
So that way you can cross-reference and you know it's a high temp mold. There's the resin, and I'm not sure who this guy is, but it's Sparky. I just put that name on there.
Yeah. How'd he get that name?
I don't know. I'm going to ask him.
You won't get an answer. Comes from motorcycle, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So this PVA, it's shot. I never thin it. I shoot it straight out of the can. You don't have to thin it. Or another tip: when you take this drill rod and you spray it with PVA, you don't pull it, because if you do, you pull up the PVA. The first thing you do is twist it to break the bond between the PVA and the rod. If you don't put a twist in it first and you just pop it,
Peel that off. Like
if the PVA is sticking to this rod, it just pulls it up off the mold. So there's a little tip for you. And I keep the rod in the mold just to keep the
PVA out of the
going
hole.
down in the hole, yeah.
$33 watchers right now. Good morning, gentlemen. This is RC Fred. I have a question on the taping. How do you maintain a sharp paint line on the select section of the cowl where the groove is? If I didn't, it would bleed into the groove. Well, first thing is fine line tape. Second off, the cowl came off and it went around the corner and inside.
And he's talking about that groove that you got cut in there.
Same thing.
You gotta, you bridge that groove and then you cut the tape at that groove and form it down in there, and then you put another little piece of tape over top of it to seal it back off again. Otherwise they'll keep pulling up out of that groove. I guess that's what you're talking about.
If you look there, it's just been cut. Well, now you got to come back and actually I need to do the top too.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Yeah, we cut that tape because if you don't cut in a fine groove like that, it'll have a tendency to want to pull out, and then you'll get bleed through on it. So you just cut it, put a little piece of tape, an inch long, whatever, over top of it in the right spot, and bridge that again and push that down in that when you stick that tape on there, and then it won't stretch out of that.
And before you get ready to paint, make sure you
Yeah, we always go over this whole airplane right before you're ready to paint and rub down all the tape again, just to make sure. Inevitable, you're going to get a spot. I guarantee you're going to get a spot. It doesn't matter how many times you do that, but you try to minimize as much as you can. How'd you get a left-hand prop and a right-hand prop out of one mold?
That'd be a trick.
That'd be a trip, wouldn't it?
Oh man, it's like laying up two left fuselage sides. It should have flipped the properly.
Time is it?
12:30 or so.
Tell you right now, the only way to get a really good finish on this thing is use free coat. If you want that glass perfect like that hand here, you gotta have, you can't use PVA. But a new mold, you know,
Yeah, you always got your fear of catastrophic lockup for the first few until you get waxed good enough.
well, that.
Season.
What I did with my high temp prop mold, I took it and I coated it with free coat and I post cured it with the free coat on it, all the way up to like 250 degrees. Yeah.
Where do I get that free coat?
I'm not sure if fiberglass sells it. I've seen it on different sites. What we need to do is make a list of all these places to buy this stuff and then post it on your description in your video.
Need to figure out, get some prices around town and figure out who's selling it. The best price.
Okay. We got 33 people watching. What are you guys building? This is a Thunderbolt P47. You didn't wax this side, did you?
Yeah, I did both of them, yeah. Sometimes you don't have to wax each time. You can tell if the PVA doesn't lay down, it needs more wax. You know, my PVA is greener, but it could be because it's 25 years old. You know,
I got some red PVA over there.
I've had that before, but I've never had much luck with it. I don't know why. When you spray PVA, if you're looking straight on, you really can't tell if you've got it. When you spray it, you've got to candle it. You have to tell by the glossiness if you've got it covered. It's not like paint where you can see it. It's sort of tricky.
I can see that you didn't get it.
You see any spots that I didn't get?
Yeah.
Which one? Yeah, I got that. It's just dry and flat. Yeah. And when it dries, it'll get, see how it's sort of flat looking? So it's sort of deceiving. It's
We ready for that one that's been baking?
yeah, we might as well. Let's do that.
We'll do them all at the same
Yeah.
time. Get that 2 molds, 2 rods.
Okay. I don't know what I was thinking. When you get a nice warm mold like this, the PVA will dry really quick.
I'm just worried you're not gonna get enough PVA on it. This is catastrophic lockout.
Oh, I coat everything. They even come out here, you know what I mean? Come out the side.
I know, but your airbrushing is not putting much on it.
Oh, I'll get enough on there.
Several coats.
Catastrophic lockup is pretty much
Disaster.
well, it's a disaster, but it's a product of the resin rebonding to the resin. That's what causes it. John's going upstairs to smell, see if he can smell PVA.
Yeah, he's going up there to smoke a cigarette. I bet you. What do you think, stay on the back of this?
Yeah. If you want, I'll take that home and rework the heck out of it.
That's all right. I'll work on it. And some under camber in it.
Really, the next step would be to pitch it. Get the pitch where you want it. Once you pitch it, then you go with the under camber.
I think it's a good picture. Big CA and shot it in there. And then void right there. And sanded it.
There's either that, what we'll do when we actually, if you don't want to CA, we'll take the resin after making this prop, we'll stick it down in there with more carbon. We'll have the same resin in if you want.
Only like 3 spots.
Yeah, when you start making these props, you'll see different patterns evolving. You know, places that you need more carbon or less.
Trust me, this first prop out of the mold is way better than most.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we're shooting for the
Perfect.
we're shooting for the one that's really good. I'm really happy with the PVA in that mold. I think I need another coat of wax in it.
And that,
Yeah,
how about that one?
this one's perfect. I got more wax on this one. If you ever have PVA that doesn't want to lay down and flow, starts to fisheye on you,
Yeah.
you go back and put more wax in it.
Wonder if these will work on a soup bagger.
Oh yeah. Thin them down enough, they will.
I mean, as good as a Revlon.
Thin them down enough, it will. You know, Jack Sheets sold me a pair. The one he published in Flying Model. Got an OS 35 on it. So I mount the engine, go out and fly it. I could hardly fly it, it was so tail heavy. So I told you it needed 2 ounces of nose weight. So a Prather nose weight of 2 ounces is sort of like a flywheel.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Yeah. The engine would quit and go. The engine would run freewheel for about a lap, or almost till it landed. There's so much inertia in that 2 ounce nose weight. How's it smelling up there? Like PVA?
No, you can't smell anything. She's gonna make some Spanish rice. Homemade Spanish rice. So if we go to Taco Bell, won't have to pick up any rice.
That'll be good.
Which I figured we'd probably end up going to Taco Bell anyway. So go ahead and start it. It'll be ready by about 1 o'clock, which is 20 minutes from now. That'll be all right.
Yeah.
The compressor's nice and quiet.
Don't even hear it.
I wonder if that put out enough gumption to blow shavings off with.
Yeah, fine dust.
You know, from milling.
Yeah.
Trying to get that one little boom sound on it. So we're curious how it comes out on balance.
I have to stay on the other side to get the balance. Already it's better than the other one.
Oh, yeah. Come out of the mold better. You knew it some of them other ones. Danny was holding that one blade up here in the light. And you said, yeah, didn't even have any carbon in it at all. Really? I left those tips a little bit proud of that line that was on there, the sand.
Watch me take that off.
Well, you know you're only using that much for the trial. It's just going along for the ride up in there. I don't know. It would make it a lot lighter. I could ground that down and get some of that out of it.
And remold it.
Yeah. Well, it's just an experiment. You know, you got 2 ounces here.
I think you have to look on.
It's 47 ounces, 47 grams.
So
a lot lighter than that other club. What is this, a 14 inch?
Yeah, I got the other one in the car.
The other one's a 15 inch?
Yeah.
That's not a lot extra, that's a half inch extra right here on each tip for an ounce more.
It's turning green now.
What's that?
Turning green now. This piece.
Oh, you just pulled it up.
Yep, sure did. I thought I had enough twist in there, Spark. Here, I just demonstrated what not to do. Remember I told you about that?
Take a lot of work. We might take some, like he says, your little generator and a Dremel tool out there with a bunch of sanding discs and stuff, and because you can't hand sand that stuff hardly at all. All you can do is all hand sand is doing is finishing it.
Yeah.
You can't grind enough off with probably even 80 grit paper by hand to be much.
I got basically it's a Dremel, but it's a Milwaukee. It's a 12 volt cordless.
Mm-hmm.
And that thing is as good as a Dremel.
Probably wouldn't hurt to get something dedicated just for that carbon and stuff, because that junk will eat everything up.
Think so?
Yeah, it's like grinding on concrete dust, you know, you can get that stuff down in the bearings and everything, it just. Getting warm, it's not getting too hot. A little tank helps a lot.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would have to run continuous.
Yeah. Well, he said it would pulsate.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that.
Mm-hmm. I had a little airbrush compressor just like this. It's about a little bit bigger though. I don't know what happened to it. My buddy probably borrowed it. Ron. He borrowed my brand spanking new Dremel tool one day. He says, you got one of them little saw blades and little, looks like a steel saw blade goes in this Dremel tool? I said, yeah, I got some of them. He says, well, I need one of them and I need to borrow your Dremel tool. I got this cutting stuff, and he explained what he had done. I said, yeah, that sounds like that'd be the perfect way to do it. I said, be really careful with this thing. I said, it's dangerous as all get out. I said, it gets away from you one little bit and you're slipped down right to the bone, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he went out and he did his job and he come back there to the house and said, hey, I put your Dremel tool back up in the garage for you, you know, and everything's put back up, it's ready to go. I said, did that blade work okay? He said, oh yeah, it works fine. He says, blade's still in good shape and everything.
Full of blood.
And I didn't think nothing about it, and about a week later I went out there to get my brand spanking new Dremel tool out of there. He had went down, held that Dremel tool down like this, and the cord hit that damn little saw blade and took a big D-notch out of the cord and cut through one of the wires in the cord. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I mean, brand spanking new, and now I've got to cut the cord in half and rewire it and all that, you know, or try to find a new cord for the whole thing. God, I was pissed.
Yeah, I would be too. I was down the crawl space, did the same thing with a saw, I forget what it was. Went ahead and
It's so easy to do.
he might not have known he did it either. I mean, it might have been something that
Yeah, he knew he did it.
Oh.
That's why he stuck it up real
Okay.
fast.
got rid of it real quick.
Yeah. Oh, it's down there. This is right where you had it. Okay, man.
PVA is not very exciting, is it?
No.
definitely sanded more on that one blade. This is the blade that had the super glue on it. Yeah, that needs a little work on that. Think about that. I like that drop down too, but it needs to be big enough to where these blades are spinning all the way through it.
Right. Need to follow that Culver prop to make the prop balancer like hers.
You been watching that?
Of course. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't have a ring. Right, so
Good.
a ring would be better. A drill bit will walk off center. That wouldn't be a bad idea if you got the property guys.
Yeah, you get up in a mold this size, the airbrush is sort of marginal.
It doesn't look like you got enough on it.
Which one? That one? I'll
Yeah.
put some more. You mean on the face of it, not the blade, but the outside?
Yeah.
There's more on it than you think. I'll show you one. See what I mean? What more do you think? That's why it's deceiving. When you put this stuff on, you have to really look how wet it is. I'll tell you what, if you spray this on a black mold, forget it. You never tell how much you got on there. That's why I quit using black casting resin. I had a hard time with it. You know, there's a first time for everything. I've never stuck a mold together.
I don't care.
We don't need no catastrophic lockups here.
Don't worry, it won't be one of these.
27 and 25. Do you have to keep applying? Do you have to keep applying every? Yeah, that's yes, every use. We're not a production shop, but we're going to do landing gear, belt crank, props, fuel tank, pipes. We're going to do a whole airplane too.
Do you have any use for a short of a pool table slate?
I always wanted to build on. Never could be in the right place at the right time.
Big granite?
Wait. What do you mean, right place, right time? What are you talking about?
Never had the access to one when I wanted it.
You want some? Pool table slate?
Great. How big is it?
The regulation pool table set up in thirds, so they have, it's 1/3 of a pool table and it's got the corner pockets on it. It's heavy. Couple 100 pounds.
An inch thick.
Yeah. Or more.
See, I can't get down in there with that on this side of the prop to see where it hits right here and here. We'll have to take that out and grind that out of there. I faced that off flat to the hole. It's only flat to the hole.
What just happened?
I just touched it just so I knew where these edges was going to be out of that. To grind that flat. We're going to grind these humps off of it. We'll just grind this out here.
And they're not grinding the humps out. I don't know why he wants to grind them out. I like
Save weight.
Get the weight out of that blade. That hump's not doing anything but adding weight.
And then, when you repitch these things, you only need to repitch the last 2 inches of the blade.
Did you get this square?
Yeah, I got it to where it's just starting to touch over here on this. It's about as square to the hole. Only square to the hole.
That's what we need.
And it can be ground on until that's completely.
Yeah.
I can't, it's too big around to fit down in there. And I really would like to see it at least that big around as big as my sander thing, so take a Dremel to it.
Take your pitch sander and go.
What's that? Oh, you mean, get the hump off? I think we're good for TVA. Come back from lunch and we'll lay these out. Let this dry. Once we get the ratio perfected, then we'll perfect the surface coat or the, what do I want to say? Release film. Somebody runs a Dremel through your hose.
Yeah. I got a Badger gun, it's all stainless steel. I left the TVA in it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
And it never plugged up on you?
Nope. You know why? You know why it didn't? You ever seen those little black rubber caps that they use them on vacuum lines on a car?
Yeah.
They're like little rubber caps. I take the little rubber cap and I fill it with water and I put it over the top of that thing. Yeah. That way it never dried out. You know, the water was always. How's it looking, Spark?
Like a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
Makes you appreciate them guys that sand all them. Together.
Need to send this to Culver Prop. Say, hey, fix this.
You want me to take that hump off? Oh, you got it pretty good.
You think I'm
Yeah.
crippled?
Yeah. Phil said screwdriver.
Big one or little one?
The little one's fine.
Where'd spark go?
10.
Okay, let me see that trigger.
Paper money.
It's all right. It's not where I want to go. Soon.
Oh yeah, you took all that pump out there, didn't
That's
you?
what I wanted to do to begin with.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna hate it when he put it on the scale. Here's the thing, when he gets done with it, this is his prop, nobody else's.
Okay.
I said, when you get done with it, this will be your prop and nobody else's. Stick it on, because it's the shape of Sparky.
Yeah,
It's nobody else's.
yeah,
This is Sparky's Stunt Works.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. He sanded.
I didn't sand the front of any of them.
Yeah, I did.
There we go.
This is a heavy one, right? Okay.
All right.
We'll take a break and get something to eat.
Hey, we got another super chat, $50 there. RC Fred, 20. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll eat lunch on that.
Yes, you can. Remember, she's making homemade Spanish rice, so you don't have to get any rice.
Okay.
Let me see where we're at now.
And 3 pintos and cheese? Is that just
Two.
2 for you guys? This is your order?
Me and Barb's.
Hey, John, do you have a carbon grip?
No, I don't.
Yeah, the next best, anyway.
Jack Baker?
No.
What?
File. That stuff's tough, man. That'll eat up sandpaper.
I think I already got the file sitting out here, don't
I use it.
I? Here it is. I got it, John. It was already sitting. Put this thing on a diet.
I guess I'll order 2 more gallons of that shit. We're gonna need to make another mold out of that prop. Or maybe not that prop, but I mean, we're gonna have to make another mold. And we'll drill holes in the bottom of the thing so it don't bubble up again.
Lesson learned.
Cause both molds did the same thing.
Yeah, once you do the first side, the holes don't make any difference because you won't affect anything when you
Right.
pour the second side.
Right. That's why it never appeared on the second one.
Yeah. I knew exactly when you started to say that, I knew exactly where you were going with that. You know, you said that air cavity down underneath there.
Just drill 16-inch holes about 4 spots on each
Yeah,
side of the
we need
plate.
2 of them, just right there, boom,
Yeah.
boom, one on
Yeah.
each side. And that thickest part of that mold. That's where all the air is gonna go down into here. If you notice, you can look, and I don't know whether this for an extraction pins, on some of those plastic props, there's 4 holes, right, 4 little marks around the hub on them. You seen them?
Yeah, those are probably
They're either extraction pins that push that out of the mold or air holes.
What are you talking about, Mesla?
No, on any of these plastic molded props, if you look close to the hub, there's 4.
That's
See
ejection
them,
pins.
the ejection pins that
Yeah.
push it out of the mold,
Yeah.
or they may have been in there utilized for air holes too at the beginning.
No, I think that's an ejection to get that out of the mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. They look like that to me.
How fast do they spit those props out? About 1 a second?
No, it's probably one every 10 seconds, 15.
Gotta heat the mold up, shoot the stuff in there and cool the mold down, and they got like a water inject jacket around that stuff with hot water and cold water and.
See, that's taking on the shape more like, you can almost take a prop and you can just run your finger across it and think, yeah.
We better, not make our rice overcooked.
Yeah. Are we still online?
Yeah, we're still online, but we're gonna go off. We'll be back in an hour.
It's getting closer.
We'll see you in short. Fair winds, tight lines, and let's go, Brandon. See ya.